appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
3 of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or still any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. You know, they put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, they may just stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, they may just went to, I forget that Jamaica, they may just went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But I remember when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in the town for children to play and people to see. I told them every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small there, road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that what happened to the country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Tuesday. We are getting there. The week is moving fast. Today is day number 2 of the new week. So if you are looking forward to Friday, you are looking good. And for us, it is thundering, lot of rain here in South Florida. I am Jerome Gayman, your host. Thank you very much for tuning in. Turn in to your friends and say, friend, today is a good day. Every time you wake up and you can see the sun, it's a good day. There are a lot of stuff happening in our country, around the world. We are going to be touching on some of the great ones that we need to talk about. And we need for you guys to actually, let's have a family talk. It sounds good, but is it all the way good? Let me say, born to win, Samuel, good afternoon, but you're not telling me where you are tuning in from. And I let Patricia Brown, she said, I'm watching from rehab, the ELWA community, excellent, because ELWA is on my radar. But before we get into the Liberia issue, have you ever been on the internet and you want to do something and then they send you something back saying you have to affirm whether you are not a robot? Or this Dopoh say, I'm watching from the UAE. Thank you very much and be safe out there. Be safe, young man. You're in a tough spot in the UAE. But like they say in Liberia, God is in control. And Joanne is joining us. She said, good evening, TCA. I'm watching from Liberia, Brewerville. Yesterday, this week, Brewerville has been in the news. My good old friend Bill Martin lived in Brewerville, and he was found dead in Brewerville. May his soul rest in peace. So yeah, Brewerville, UAE, and ELWA, you guys are in the news. You are trending. We'll discuss issues about those particular communities. Share the show, let everybody knows where you're on. When it's going to be hot, our plate is very full. I want to remind you that this coming Thursday, Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell is going to be here. We are going to be talking about the original Unity Party. I shouldn't say original, but the Unity Party of 2005 through 2017. The 12 years that Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was in power. We want to go behind the curtain, hear about how they came into power, who are those in the diaspora or in Liberia that made it possible for Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to become president. We're going to be going behind the scene. Some of you saw, when we talk about sausage, those of you who like to eat sausage, what you see there is when it's on your plate, it is beautiful, it tastes good, it smells good, the decorated, you got all the stuff there. But no one ever knows how sausages are made. So that's why Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell is going to be here. When you saw Ellen Johnson Sirleaf winning the election, everybody was cheering, they were happy. But did you know, or do you know how and who are those that made it possible to bring her to power? The late night meetings, the partnering, the partnership, the building of coalition, the fundraisers, the hard time, the doubts, all of those things. She's going to be here on Thursday. And then we're going to go into some administrative stuff. We're going to go into the politics. Then we're going to compare and contrast the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf Unity Party compared to the JMB Unity Party. Are they the same Unity Party? We're going to be looking at those, this is the closing argument. We love to compare and contrast. You see, before you come up with a conclusion, you got to at least be able to compare. Before you say someone is bad or this, this is better than that, you got to have something to show. You got to say, yeah, Mr. Gayman is better than Nora. Yeah, Nora, you're in Liberia, you're having a great time. But I should say why I'm better than Nora. If you think Nora got more money than I have, or I have more, you got to say, well, Mr. Gayman, you got $1,000 in your account, and Nora got $20,000 in her. Then it is verifiable, then you are correct. But you can't just get up and say this guy is, Liberia say, oh, he's a millionaire. This guy is a millionaire. Why you think he's a millionaire? No clue. So we are going to be talking about some great things here, but let us know where you're tuning in from. Nora Hooks, thank you for tuning in. I see amazing Super Soso. I'm watching you live from my community, Dopoh. The Shara community, Dopoh. You know, I am not a Monrovia boy. I am from Grand Bassa. That's how my next door neighbor, he was a Mandingo guy. And he had this, I think he was from either maybe not Guinea, but Mali. And he was always a Grand Bassa. Great guy, great family man. And a quick short story. My French accent or our French accent, we used to call him Didon. So I was among some French-speaking folks from the Ivory Coast. And I told them that we had a very respected Mandingo guy in our community that was very, very good to all the children. His name was Didon. And this guy, they just fell to the floor. They laughed because Didon, the way we pronounce it in Liberia or at the time, it is so derogatory in French. So I said, why you guys are laughing? And one of the guys said, Didon is derogatory in France or in French or all the French-speaking country. When you say Didon, it sounds like you are telling somebody to F off. I said, no, I couldn't. Nobody would have said this to a respectable gentleman family man. Then one of them told me to spell his name. And I spelled the name and he said, oh, no. His name is not Didon. His name is Diodoni. So I said, what? He said, yes. This is a classical French name, is Diodoni. And if you pronounce it the way you pronounce it, then you are actually using profanity. So all along, we grew up with this man, we're calling him Didon. Not once have he ever said, or did he ever say, no, that is not the pronunciation of my name. But he said, these guys don't know anything about French. Let them just call me whatever they want, close enough. And I said one time, you got to be very careful because jokes, in most instances, do not transcend culture. One may be funny in Bassa, may be derogatory in Mandingo, or what may be funny in Mandingo in the language may be derogatory in VAR. So usually when you're among strangers, you have to be very careful what you say. If you are telling jokes, you got to make sure that you have tested it, you have spoken to folks before you become offensive to women, to children, to culture, to religion. So yes, let us know where you're calling from. Somebody said they're tuning in from Dopoh. Dopoh is a very popular place in Monrovia there, because when I was in Monrovia, a lot of folks, every time they came to pick me up, they took me to Dopoh, including Johnny. I went to Johnny's house, Dopoh. Oh, so this is the Dopoh. Yeah. So we drove around, had a great time. So I knew Dopoh. Yeah, so when you call me and you say, I'm tuning in from this area or from that area, you got to tell me where, because I didn't grow up in Monrovia. So I don't know the area very well. So yes, if you are tuning in by way of 96.1 Truth FM. So welcome wherever you are tuning in from: Liberia, Grand Bassa County, Nimba, Bung, Maryland, all over the country. We are live, the closing argument. We got some breaking news in Liberia we'll be talking about. Politicians are making their rounds. There are some stuff that are so funny, man. One funny one is the House of Representatives summoned the ambassador at large, Mr. Koita. The ambassador said some of the legislators were bribed, and all of a sudden he sets up this firestorm. A major firestorm in Monrovia on Capitol Hill. They want to summon him to come. They dare him to call them corrupt. Ambassador Koita, you have been summoned by the clean hands of the men and women of the legislative body of Liberia, especially the lower house or the House of Representatives. People who have never engaged in corruption, never. And you want to tarnish their good, but they say in Liberia, my hard-earned reputation. The House of Representatives said they have never been involved in anything called corruption. They are so pure that anyone who dares to say they are corrupt, you will be brought to the well of the house and you will be scolded. You will be scorned. You will be chastised for accusing the great men and women in the House of Representatives, the pious house. According to them, just by insinuating that they are corrupt, it's a sin on your part. And you better come to the house, stand there and tell them who is corrupt, how they got corrupted, and when. Yes, the Liberian House of Representatives, they are safeguarding their reputation. You can't just get up and go to men and women that have been working tirelessly for you. That have fought to keep their reputation out of the mud, never receive a dime from anyone. How dare you call them corrupt? You're going to come to the house. We're going to make you stand up among us. So I was reading the comment section on the closing argument when they broke that story. And somebody wrote something that had me cracking up. I was driving, I was just laughing. And the person said, but what got the house so up in arms? He said, it's just like somebody going into the village and saying, baboon is ugly, and saying some animals are ugly. And baboon just get up and say, but why you keep calling my name? The ambassador never called anybody's name. No one. But all of a sudden, all members of the house, their hat under the collar, if you are not corrupt, you never been involved in corruption, you have not done anything illegal in your life while you're in the house. If the ambassador said people are corrupt, you will say, I don't care, it's not me. Talking to somebody else. But this particular House of Representatives, I think her name is Miss Cooper. Wrote plenary to summon this man for having the audacity to accuse the House of corruption. You think when we are talking about the folks in ECOWAS making mockery of our delegation to the ECOWAS, you think we would discuss something that important? We are having border dispute. We got our borders, particularly in Lofa, being occupied by foreign agents. We are not talking about that. Senator Nyenwolo reports that over 60,000 Burkinabes have infiltrated our land, and Grand Jury has over 60,000 Burkinabes. We are not talking about that. But she wants to summon somebody for their own free speech. If someone says, Bassa people are lazy, or most Bassa people are lazy. I'm a Bassa man. I've been working all my life. I go to work every day. I supervise my company. I pay my employees on time. I have run my business for 26 years, this coming November. So if somebody came and said, Bassa people are lazy, I would just laugh, because for the past 26 years, I've been working very hard to build my business. So if someone said that, I would just laugh. Why should I take someone to court and say, well, if you say Bassa people are lazy, I'm going to sue you because I'm a Bassa man? He didn't say Jerome Gayman is lazy. So the ambassador said he has suspicion that the concession agreement that have been signed by these folks, they are so obviously dubious. You see? Thank you, right, walkies. You didn't tell me where you were tuning in from, but now you're picking on Bassa people and Vibe people. You say we're lazy. That's a lie. In my mind, Ellen voice, that L-I-E, that's a lie. Bassa people and Vibe people, we're not lazy. That's a lie. Thank God you didn't tell me where you're tuning in from and which country you're from. Oh, we are not lazy. That's a lie. Yeah, that's a lie. That's my Ellen was the L-I-E. She will spell it to L-I-E. She's the capital L, capital I, capital E, lie. That's a lie in my Ellen voice. That's a lie. Other people will invite you. We're not lazy. And by the way, don't come to Grand Bassa County. Don't go to Kidma. We'll be waiting for you behind the house. So the lawmaker is trying to summon the ambassador for saying that they are corrupt. From our news desk, the breaking news, Senator Nimne reports arrival over 60,000 Burkinabes in Grand Jide alone. We're not even talking about the adjacent counties like River G and Maryland and Sino. We are talking about just Grand Jide alone. So more than 60,000 Burkinabes have reportedly entered Grand Jide County, according to Grand Jide County Senator Yaya Nimle, who made the disclosure on Tuesday today during the proceedings on the floors of the Liberian Senate. Senator Nimle said the growing influx has raised serious humanitarian and logistical concern in the county, prompting call for immediate government attention and intervention. The Grand Jide lawmaker is reportedly requesting a 2-week period to allow authorities and relevant agencies to make proper settlement arrangement for incoming Burkinabes. Details surrounding the circumstances of their reported arrival, including the exact locations of settlement and the reason behind the movement into the Republic of Liberia. Reason remains unclear at this time. The development is expected to spark national discussion on border security. We've been talking about this for the past 2-3 months. You can sweep it under the rug. It's not going away. And to those of you who are in this government that thinks that everything we say is about being negative, you are not doing this administration any favor. We were talking about the borders. We were talking about Guinea and Foya. We talk about few soldiers coming in. In Grand Jide, they are talking about the influx of over 60,000 people. Do you know what 60,000 people, what it looks like? Let me go to the video here. Well, let me go to Google. Let's look at River Says, right? River Says, population. Riverside County. The entire population of Riverside County is 71,000. The entire population of an entire county, a whole county in the Republic of Liberia, is 71,000. The entire county. And you have a place in Liberia called Grand Judea, a county, and over 60,000 people just walked in. Flex Electronics, my man, don't make me laugh, man. He said the new name for FOIA is Guinea Lane online. They have taken over FOIA, so they call it now Guinea Lane. Okay, when I go to Liberia, you wanted to put me in jail, Guinea Lane. So just imagine the entire county of Riverside has a population of 71,000. And you get close to that just walking across the border into one county. The House of Representatives is not talking about that. There's something about corruption when you mention it in the House, everybody go head-to-scratch, everybody go berserk. Like the Liberian people say, maybe where the smoke is coming from, fire is there. Why is it that the House of Representatives gets so upset when somebody mentions corruption? You can curse their mind, you can curse their power, you can say whatever you want to say, no problem. But once you mention corruption, Archie George is following. He said, good evening. I am following live from Grand Judea County, Zwedru City to be precise. I'm glad you are tuning in because I want to elevate this, and we have to elevate this. If you are from Grand Judea, I'm going to put my number. I'm going to put a number on the screen. You need to call in and give us an update, not from the journalistic point of view, but we are talking about actual live life to people who are living there. How has this affected you? Obviously, Archie is a city boy. He's in Zwedru. I don't think these people were brave enough to invade Zwedru. They may have gone into the forest somewhere, going to some of the towns, villages. Eric Talu said, good evening, I'm following live too. From Talu village in Zwedru. Thanks. Let me welcome Fanta. Fanta, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. How are you? You look snazzy today.
Listen, man, you see, I'm going to call my brother at the house and we're going to summon you. But see, this whole year I've been working with you today, you notice that I'm looking spaffy. So I mean, all the other time they become a little shabby, a little shabby, anyway.
Now, of course, you always come with a three-piece suit, so we got to appreciate.
Good. Now you see, you are a slick politician. They are very good at pivoting. They pivot. But it's great having you on the show. What's happening in our country? I guess when you and I get to Liberia, we are going to go to jail because we are not going to stop talking about the ills. about the issues affecting the people. Just imagine the folks from Grand Jide are suffering under the weight of over 60,000 people just invaded their county. Over 60,000 Burkinabes. They are Crown people. They speak their Crown dialect. They speak English. They don't. These people from Burkina Faso, they speak French and other African dialects. They just invade our territory. You don't have any means of communicating with them. They have their families. They got their children. So what you guys will just look at each other and do what? How do you communicate with these folks? I saw some of the photographs, young men in their 20s, early 20s, early 30s, women. You know, it reminded me of a few years ago what was happening in the United States at our southern border where about 30,000 people were coming in daily. So Liberia now, we're not talking about the border with Guinea now, because, you know, we say they have, I don't even know if Grand Jide has common border with Burkina Faso. If you can pull it up for me and see, I don't know whether they have common borders, but for folks, how I mean, 60,000 folks. Was it like a caravan of folks, or how? I wonder what the distance.
Who's providing the numbers?
The Liberian Senate.
Where did they get that number from? I'm very curious.
Well, I have. We're gonna. Hopefully, the senator can come. But we have been. I was on a show 2 years ago when I think it was a diamond mine or gold mine that had collapsed, and lots of folks were in our mine. I were buried, and most of them were Burkinabes. People went into the forest. They saw these folks. They had set up camp. They were doing cocoa farming. They were doing a lot of, and the number was so huge. That was 2 years ago. Nobody. There was a show they called the Jide Hot Talk. I was on that show, and they have profiled this, that if the government didn't do anything 2 years ago, and they had they sent their reporters in the different villages, and at first we were told when the folks came in, they were welcome because they were very good at agriculture, so they would come and do sharecropping. They would strike a deal with the chiefs. They would make the farm. They would plant the cocoa, the coffee, the cassava, the yam. They were very good, so they would share it. So they would let them stay. And it looks like that was the mistake. And when it happened, you know, I guess they call home and say, you know, it's good over here. You come, we got fertile land. The folks they are good, you know, hospitable folks. And nobody did something 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, so Burkina Faso we do not share a border with Burkina Faso. The Burkinabes, there are a lot of Burkinabes who are who've lived in Ivory Coast. We do share a border with Ivory Coast, of course, who've lived in Ivory Coast for a very long time. They're essentially Ivorians. So I think if we were to refer to these people per their a national identity, there will be Ivorians, because imagine the trek from Burkina Faso to the Ivory Coast and then to Liberia. I think it is plausible that they are from Ivory Coast and they've been in Ivory Coast for a very long time. There are over 1 million or millions of Burkina Faso.
Easily.
Right, in Cote d'Ivoire. So they've been there forever. So them showing up in Liberia, we can attribute that to a couple of things. So you had Liberians, farmers who sought these people out because they know that they're very good with agriculture. So they sought them out. They migrated them or immigrated them to Liberia. I know the Nimbas of the world to work on the plantain farms and on those really large farms in that area. So the influx of them, I don't think it is sort of unorganized or unorchestrated. I definitely do believe that the Liberian farmers who have those large farms in those areas definitely sought those people out because they knew they could get cheap labor or they could get free labor in exchange for, say, like a place to stay or to share the crops. And so I think I'm very curious as to who did the research to conclude that there are 60,000 of them. We can't even seem to get simple numbers on things that are happening in Monrovia. So for someone to just come up with a 60,000 number, I think I'm curious. Let's just say that it might be very far from the truth. I think that as we uncover with the Guinea situation, there are active Liberians partnering with these people. And so for some senator or for someone who's unfamiliar with that relationship to come out and say there are tons of Burkinabés, 60,000 plus in Grand Juda or in Liberia, I think we ought to investigate that more.
Not to cut you off, but you touched a nerve there. Because when Jida Talk sent the reporters for a whole month, they were all over the place. Guess what they found out? That these people were brought in by people who have large farms. And guess who are these people?
Yeah.
Government officials.
Government officials.
Representatives. The senator that's making it, no, I won't be surprised. He finally got a ton of those folks too. Exactly. Look, these people sounding to me like the Jeffersons of the world, the George Washingtons of the world. You are, all men are born equal, but then you got slaves. You got a whole plantation full of slaves, and you're out here with this facade that you are. This, I mean, look at Jefferson with all his great writings and poetry and everything. Yeah. So, same thing. These representatives, they're out here with their facade that they care. But when you look at the huge farms they are making, they can't find Grand Judans. No. They can't find Liberians to make these farms. So they started bringing these folks in, and then these folks will return and bring more and more and more. So I wouldn't be surprised that number is right, because they said Grand Juda has, the representatives got some huge farms. Yeah. And these farms need hands, they need laborers.
Even Nimba, I'm telling you, because at one point I was interested in planting farming, and I'm still going to do it. But we were told that if you guys are really serious, go to Nimba, because they have a lot of Burkinabés there that were brought in by Liberian farmers to plant plantings in Nimba. So it's very far from the these people are just economic migrants, right? That portion, there's some truth to that, but there is a relationship there with the Liberian farmers. And yeah, most of them are bureaucrats. Most of them do work for the government. So it's not just innocent that, we are being bombarded by Burkinabés. And look, their president is doing great. So why would they feel the need to migrate, right? Their president is doing better than our president.
Yeah, but the people that were on our video that I saw, we talk about some real young men in their 20s. And you remember maybe a year ago, the foreign minister, Mrs. Beslo Nyati, she had some Burkinabés in her office, and they did a huge press conference. That the Burkinabés were coming to teach Liberians how to do yam and potatoes and cassava, and they made a big press conference. This is national government. Yeah. We're not talking about, we are talking about the national government is now saying the welcome Burkinabé. So I don't know where this senator has been.
Yeah.
This has been a national policy.
Yeah. Yeah.
National policy. This is.
Yeah, there's nothing new here. I think he is, I don't want to say he's being sensational, or he's trying to stoke this sort of xenophobic nerve with the people. And I think it's so wrong, it's very irresponsible, because it's not as if these people came here on their own free will. Mind you, there's a whole country between Liberia and Burkina Faso, the Ivory Coast, that is so much larger than Liberia. These people have lived in the Ivory Coast for many, many years, generations. And so because they knew they could get them for cheap labor, they went and actually brought them in. So how now are you trying to be inflammatory and trying to stoke this xenophobic act like amongst our people? It is irresponsible of him. It's very irresponsible of him. And if he's just finding out now as a whole senator, he should be fired. Like, the people should vote him out, because this makes no sense.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I see a lot of folks tuning in from Grand Jita, and I like that. I'm going to put a number up. Call, let us hear directly from the folks in Grand Jita. Because here we are, somebody is doing something called double speak. You are benefiting from these folks. They are making your county productive. They are actually contributing a huge amount of whatever you need. If they were doing, they were sharing crop 50%. The cassava, the banana, the plantain, the potatoes, everything they plant. I don't want to, somebody was saying Bassa people and Va people, we are the laziest people in Liberia. I don't know where you got that from. And I'm not mad with what I said. My Ellen will say, you L-I-E, you lie. Bassa people and Va people, we're not lazy. We got to go to work. Find out you a Va woman. Don't you go to work every day in this country?
Of course. Look, I started working when I was 8 years old. So
that's a lie. Va people, we're not lazy. I'm a Bassa man. I've been working all my life. So in my mind, Ellen, you L-I, capital L, capital I, capital imperial, lie. So if you're from Grand Jita and you sat there and these young people came in, you brought them in, you share land with them. I won't be surprised if I start having children by your own children and you offset. Exactly. It's too late now. Listen, when you read African American history and history of the Old South, when the black kids and the white kids will go to school comfortably from kindergarten, but when they reach 5th grade, the white family will start separating each other. That's the time the kids start looking at each other funny, right? Well, parents will say funny, but that's when the opposite sex start attracting each other, so they begin to separate them. And that's what's going on over there in Grand Jita. Maybe you brought these young men in, they are working and doing everything, and that's it, your daughters are under their spell, and you say, no, that's not what I brought you here. That's what they call unintended consequences, right? You did not bring him to make babies, but you know what's going to happen. That's human nature.
Mr. Gayman, you're so right. Like I think you just hit the nail on the head. So let's just play this out, right? They went to get cheap labor, and they thought it would have stopped at that. Then you have these young men who are hardworking, taking over their town, probably sleeping with their girlfriends, like their wives, their daughters, and they're like, oh no. And then also something else to consider. They're probably like where the conflict often arises, of course, is when those extended relationships, right, starts to be formed. And then when they don't want to pay the people, when they have made an agreement to say, we'll pay you X amount of money, and they don't want to pay them, then they call the law on them. They call the immigration officers on them to say, oh, here's this book and I'll be here. Like he's here illegally. That's exactly what happens.
Oh, after he takes your girlfriend.
Yeah. Then they call the immigration officer. Send
him back to free my girlfriend. Take him out of here. I can't beat him. He's too strong. The best thing you can do is please help me take him out of here. Okay, so we say Grand Jita County population is 216,000. Okay. Now, if you have that amount of folks coming in, it will create some tension, I think, where the senator is asking for some kind of intervention, but he didn't want to say. So I don't know how he wants the government to intervene. Does he want the government to come in? He's not saying they should come and deport them. He said the government should intervene. I don't know how. So we're gonna delve into that. We also gonna be talking about There's an article today of all newspapers, so you know this is serious. The Liberian Daily Observer, on its front page, it said Bee Mountain on fire. That is the story. It said calls a mountain for Bee Mountain Mining Company and the government of Liberia to urgently address the alleged pollution of the Mafa River and Marvel Creek in Grand Julia County, as former Press Union of Liberia President Abraham B. Masale warns of what he described as a growing environmental and public health crisis threatening thousands of residents. Speaking May 11 in Kobolia town, it's spelled Kobolia, I got Kobolia town, after touring affected community along the Mafa River. I need to talk to Mr. Masale. Anyone who has his contact would need to talk to him, because he did an excellent job. I think I forwarded the article to you. If you didn't get it, I saw you say you didn't get it.
Yeah, please do.
Thousands of our fellow citizens and residents of Grand Cape Mount County are at significant risk of cancer, liver, kidney, and cardiovascular diseases, as well as neurological disorder, reproductive health, complications, and intestinal bleeding. These are serious stuff we are talking about here. The former PUL president and former president of the National Association of Cape Martinians in the Americas, okay, he's here. NACA said residents in Garguah and Gola Connect district are increasingly vulnerable to severe health conditions, including respiratory illnesses, chronic coughing, asthma-like symptoms, and developmental delays in children at birth. Our people mainly in Gabulu and Gola Connect district do not deserve this, he says. Masale called on Joseph Boakai, President Joseph Boakai, to declare an environmental emergency and immediately order a comprehensive cleanup of the Mafa River and the Marvel Creek. I am therefore calling on President Boakai to declare an environmental emergency and mandate the immediate cleanup of the Mafa River and the Marvel Creek. So this is where we are. What you have been talking about for time in memoriam. I think you were spot on when you said it is time for us to do this petition, which we have begun to sign, and we are telling folks to still go and sign, because this group is not going to give up. They are going to see this in Liberian terms, to a logical conclusion. No, we are not going to a logical conclusion. We are going to a legal conclusion. So find out, this is your area, your pet peeve. This someone is saying here, they are elevating what you have been talking about. You have elevated it to this level, that Bee Mountain, not only are they exploiting the folk, but they are now killing them. In fact, in the article, it said some of the water pollution looks intentional. To drive the people away so they can take over and mine.
It's I think this is probably the biggest, these environmental terroristic acts is what I refer to them as, are the biggest peeves of our time. And I think we all Liberians ought to be glued in to this issue and ensuring that not just it gets resolved, but there are some real penalties being assigned here to Bee Mountain. Keep in mind, this has been going on for nearly 2 decades, or a little over 2 decades. That's 20 years. The people of Grand Cape Mount have been poisoned, that have resulted not in environmental violations, but human rights violations. You have some real fatalities here. So this is way beyond the environment. Liberia still has 45% of West Africa's forest. The Gola forest is a huge portion of that. And in that Gola forest, you have endangered species, as I mentioned, often the forest elephant, the chimpanzees, among others.
Yeah.
And you are allowing this company to willfully, intentionally, it is very intentional, Mr. Gayman. I would challenge anyone or caution anyone to think that this is by error, by mistake, or what have you, because if you have a spill the first time, you have a toxic spill the first time, it's by error. If you have it the second time, perhaps you're negligent. But 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, that is resulting in fatalities, then you're doing it intentionally. And so the people in that region often think that, oh, I have diarrhea and it's just a common diarrhea. But what does what does diarrhea derive from? Drinking unsanitary water, right? And if that water happens to be poisoned, but like with arsenic and cyanide, you're talking about some really hard chemicals that are incompatible with the human organs, right? That people are consuming these waters that they rely on for their livelihood. What do you expect to happen at the end of that? And then year after year, time after time, you come back and wanting your contract to be extended. And it was really irresponsible of the senators and the House of Senate to have signed off on the 2023 MDA to extend or to further extend bee mounting contract for another 25 years. You're subjecting the people in that region to another 25 years of poisoning. And we just have to say no more. We have to say absolutely no more. There ought to be some legal consequences here. There ought to be some financial ramifications that ought to happen here. These people have been poisoned and are being killed, And our government have not done the level of diligence that is truly required here. You're talking having to establish a team going beyond the EPA. Where's the health ministry? What tests have they done? I would love to see their reports. They too are very much aware of this. What is it going to take for you to finally wake up as the health ministry to say, you know what, let's actually go down there and do some testing of these illnesses, these strange, weird illnesses that these people are contracting. Let's investigate their root causes. Let's not just wait for when Washington said, let's go and do a testing for Ebola or what have you. Then we're rushing to do that. Well, where are the testing or the attention that you should be paying to these people? And no one is doing that because everyone is getting bribed. The president is getting bribed. The House of Senate is getting bribed. The legislative is getting bribed. And so when I got on the phone with the current president of NACA just last week, he is very much on board. And so I'll be reaching out to him again to get in touch with Mr. Masale, because we need a collective effort to for once do the right thing by the people of Kipmount and the people of Liberia at large. This is not related to Kipmount or just Kipmount. You have the same thing happening in Bumi, by the way. You have China Union, the Chinese company that is in Bumi. If you see the level of mining activity that is happening, Mr. Gayman, in fact, someone told me just also a few days ago, the amount of earth moving equipment that come into Liberia is more than cars.
Yep.
Can you imagine that? The amount of mining equipment that come into Liberia is more than cars. It's more than the regular commercial, traditional, personal cars. There are some serious violation happening in our counties. And the very senators who ought to be elevating these conversations are not doing that. Why are they not doing that? We have to ask ourselves. They can't just lend lip service. Oh, yeah, we should look into that, but nothing gets done about it. From the American, who is one of the senators for Bumi today? For Bapulu. There are activities happening in Bapulu as well as Senator Snow. So why are you guys just silent on these things? Is it really that you're being bribed? Is that why you haven't taken any actions on this? But we're not going to sit back. For Bee Mountain specifically, we're not going to sit back.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be hot. We have a full plate. And these are we're just scratching the surface. Flex is trying to say Liberia is a dumping ground. Countries and companies dump toxic waste in the republic. Our government, the people that are supposed to know so much bulk among us, they are accepting other companies, other countries for a fee to bring their waste, knowing very well Liberia doesn't even have a waste management for basic trash collection, much less toxic waste that have been transported to Liberia for a fee. This is unbelievable. Yep. So the House of Representatives has summoned Ambassador at Large Sheikh Mustafa Kuyate over claim that Liberia lawmakers received bribes linked to concession agreements. He appeared and said it before the House leadership. Now he said this on OKFM. So now he has been summoned to appear before the House for bringing the great House, the great House of Representatives, their hard-earned reputation, the pious group, the group of saints, bringing their name into disrepute. It is sacrilege for you to come into the house of saints and said it is suspected that someone is corrupt. You have to come and explain it, or we are going to put you in jail. So Sheikh Kuyate, wherever you are, you need to go look for the closest bishop to you, your imam. Bring them all with you, because where you are going, they are more pious than the imams. They are more pious than your bishop. And for you to say they are corrupt, you have committed the gravest sin in the Republic of Liberia, to accuse great men and women of very high character, never once stole a dime, for you to call them corrupt. Nope. We are going to bring you into the well of the house, and we're going to not only admonish you, but we are going to we are going to embarrass you shamelessly for coming before the men and women of the highest order and attempting to impugn their reputation. Oh, yeah. Kuyate, you are in trouble. You go and call me, correct? You can call Fanta, because we are fallible. We are human beings. But the house, men and women who were chosen by the divine order, for you to have the audacity to say somebody might be corrupt, you need to come and you better have your heart up over your head. Even Jesus Christ won't save you for calling those men and women corrupt.
He should not go. If he's listening, if he's listening, do not go. Let's start a revolution. Let him go and summon all of us.
He has that. I got a halo over his head. He's a holy man. Just go. But I will go there and say, you know what? You can put me in a meat grinder, but that is my feeling about you, and kill me. And I have my evidence. If a foreign operative can come and say 66 out of 68 major concession agreements signed in this country were bogus and against the people of Liberia, and you, members of the House, have never revisited those contracts to even revise them, it means you are a corporate. You have conspired to do wrong by the folks. And don't come to me with this thing about, hey, we revise and revisit these contracts. The international community, they're going to not come here because we do not honor our contract. No, I am not a lawyer, but they say if the contract is bogus, it is not a contract at all. In fact, there was a lawyer that was on here saying, if it is not done right, it is not done at all. So those contracts are not contract. So I will want Sheikh Kuyata to walk in there with his chest up. If Joseph Waka wants to take your job, let him take it, but stand on some principle. I know Liberia is very difficult. We can say it because, hey, my children are here, you know, they're living well, I'm living well, my father's living well. So it's easier for us to say. But if you meant what you said by these people being corrupt, which we all know, we all want to say, but we can't say it. At that level, at the ambassadorial level, you have observed, you got proximity to power. And if you don't chicken out, you have done well by us. So Fanta, the Sheikh, has been summoned to the house. I think he needs to make a clarion call that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be at the house on Tuesday. I want the whole city, the whole country, if you can, let's show up. Yeah. If you believe that these people are corrupt, let's show up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you will see the whole Monroe will show up.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we should call the Sheikh. Anyone who has his number, that will get to him. When Tomalin comes, our reporters on the ground will make sure that you get to the Sheikh before they get to him, and make sure he's in hiding before he disappears.
No, he is protected.
Okay, the Sheikh, you are protected by the God of Abraham.
Yes.
We will be there to protect you, and you have us here. If you are ever wrong, this one you're not wrong. I don't care what it says. This one here will be you. If you want to expel you, let them keep expelling folks, but we cannot sit by idly and let these people do us the way they are doing it. Yeah. Okay, so let's go to, there you go. I hope my sister from Grand Bassa County is listening. Charlene Brunskine has received what she's been fighting for. She has finally been cleared to be appointed to the ECOWAS court. So some folks were texting me and said they don't understand what is going on with Charlene. Someday she's an advocate for women's issues. Someday she's an advocate for education, for the rule of law, for justice. And then the next day she flipped and she's supporting some unscrupulous characters in government. And people are saying, why is she doing this? And somebody just texted me and said, Mr. Gayman, you've been talking. We have been suspecting something of this nature all along. All of a sudden, here is the answer. So in Liberia, you have to play. And to play, you got to pay. So some people will pay by cash. Some people will pay by their own reputations. It means absolutely nothing as long as the end justifies the means. So when you are going to war in Liberia and you have a partner, you say, I think she's in the foxhole with me. I can depend on her or depend on him. Be careful. Be careful. This is how fast things can change in the republic. This is how fast people can flip. The Prince Nico used to say, if you want to maintain your character, your yes should say, your yes should remain your yes, and your no should be your no. But you can't say yes today and be no tomorrow. You can't say no and be yes tomorrow, and then come up with some philosophical or political or religious parable by saying, I did not want the dog to bark at me, so I gave them some bones. So here we are. Fanta, it has gotten so scary now, we don't know who to form partnership with anymore. Everybody's in it for something. Everybody is in it. Either the life is so hard in Liberia that that principle means absolutely nothing.
No, the life is not. Look. To be absolutely not just fair. I don't think fair is the word. To just be grateful to God. The life is not hard in Liberia. Liberia is no different from a Guinea, from an Ivory Coast, from a Burkina Faso, from a Nigeria, from a Ghana. It's no different. And it is very ungrateful to the Almighty to even like think that, right, that is the actual reality, and thereby being a justification for why people backstab each other, and there's just so much greed, and there's just so much corruption as a service, as I coined it, because even the ants that the Almighty made, He gave him a way to feed himself. The bird that flies leaves his home in the morning and comes back with his belly full. The chick that is born today know exactly what it has to do to survive. The goat, the cow, the sheep, every creation made by the Almighty, He empowered them to survive. And so we find ourselves in the situation because of greed. Let's just call it what it is. It's greed. We are greedy, which is why we are constantly willy and dillying, slicing and dicing to steal and lie and kill. Because we have this inertia, this insatiable thirst to just acquire and acquire and acquire what we cannot even maintain, what is not even ours. And so we find ourselves in this constant habit of the chase. Acquisition. We must have this. We must have that. And we must have this. Never satisfied with what we have. And that's our problem. Otherwise, Liberia is full of abundant land. Anyone can farm and feed themselves. We have way to actually convert our resources into currency if it was not being exploited. So it'll be very ungrateful to the Almighty to say that it's not hard, Mr. Gayman. We are greedy. We are liars. We are thieves. And that's why we are in the situation we are today. So when you have people who one day come out to be principal, but then the next day they're jumping elsewhere, it's greed. They're being driven by nothing else but greed. Whether it's another title or another a number to their bank account. Constantly in this acquisition of materials that they're going to leave here and go tomorrow. Don't even know when you're going to die. And then you often see when that one person dies, their family cannot even manage those properties. Or the bank account is somewhere in Switzerland or somewhere in Dubai, somewhere in the United States, where the family cannot even access it. But just so they can say, oh, I got house in America. I got house in Ghana. I got house in Dubai. I got house in London. I even got house in the Swiss Alps. Who does it benefit? Why the need? Look, we should all learn from the richest man in Africa and one of the richest people in the world, Dangote. You think there are not potentially billionaires, Liberian billionaires? There are. But they engage in waste. Dangote, however, has taken his wealth to create thousands of jobs for everyday Nigerians, to expand into industries that he was warned never to venture into. He does not have a house in the United States. He doesn't have a house in London. He doesn't have a house in Paris. He doesn't have a house in Dubai. He does not have a house in Switzerland. Look up his interview. He said the last time, my house is in Nigeria. I am a Nigerian. Why can't we just find that inkling, just that little bit of interest, of will, to just be a bit more nationalistic, a bit more Liberian, a bit more of a citizen? Instead, we hoard and hoard and hoard to export. Or we chase titles that are going to be of no use to the average Liberian. And that's why I keep saying, if we cannot ask ourselves this question and then answer it with a yes, we are not just being disingenuous, but we're fooling ourselves. Everything that we do, everything you do as a public servant, if it does not equate Liberia first, then you should not be doing it.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's right on the money. And from Zuedru, I'm reading Mr. Archie George. He said, Mr. Gayman, this Burkinabe issue is causing serious problem in Grand Jide and even among families here in Grand Jide. We are afraid that in the next 2 years or so to come, there might be no forest left in this county. As a matter of fact, brothers have already begun fighting among each other for the Burkinabes. Some previous lawmaker and even present lawmaker initiated this. We said this. Well, if you are from Grand Jide, I have just posted my number here in the chat room. It is I guess it's +1 772 940 2871. I want to hear folks from Grand Jide. If you have few data left, few minutes left in your phone, please call us. We want to hear directly from you. We don't want to call lawmakers. We do not want to call farmers. We don't want to call big shots. We don't want to call anybody to sugarcoat this thing. If it's affecting the local people, please call and inform us what's going on in Grand Jide. Please get on the phone and call. Let's elevate this. Let's see how we can resolve this issue. If you are claiming that even families are now, it's now become it's a bitter contest, right? Families are fighting over who's going to get the most Burkinabes. They are fighting among themselves. Joe Manjara said, hello, Miss Fanta, I missed your presence on TCA. Yes, I told you she was coming back today. This woman is serious about her kid. She's serious about her kidnap issue, and we all should take it seriously. It's like when somebody hits you in the eye, your nose start running, and you wonder about what the eye got to do with the nose. They're all different parts of the same body. Yeah. So if they hit you in Nimba, it will hurt in Grand Baza. They hit you in Cape Mount, it's going to hurt you in Riverside. Same body parts. So we all need to sign this petition, rally around this cause, and let's take Guy Mountain. The man said, the manager, you heard what he said when the vice president went to visit. He said, business is so good in Liberia. I am calling all my friends and family to come to Liberia and do business. Liberia is very good to me. Yep. He didn't say how good we are to the Liberian. He didn't say that. He didn't say it was a two-way street. Mm-hmm. He is bringing his car washer. He's bringing his cook. He's bringing his gardener. He's bringing security. He's bringing everybody. Yep. So he is telling the vice president, Mr. President, Liberia is very good to me. In the meantime, people are dying. Mm-hmm. Children wake up with rashes all over their skin because they're doing fracking. The people, the little quasi buildings they have all breaking into two. It's cracking all over the place that could fall when they are sleeping.
Absolutely.
This is the Liberia that we have. So you are from Grand Jide and you are on the ground. You need to tell us what's happening there, other than what we read in the paper. Let us talk about what's affecting you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like with B Mountain, the petition again is blood gold. Just do blood gold on Google, B Mountain or B Mountain blood gold is going to come up. Please do sign in. Please do share it. It's interesting hearing that person's comment, and we would love to hear from them. The fact that he can say, it's bringing conflict, right? In families now, brothers are fighting over which book can I be. Like, this is my book can I be. No, this is my book can I be. No, this is my book can I be, right? It exemplifies the contribution that these people have had on our agriculture sector. They know they are very dedicated to their crafts. They work very hard. And so, yeah, you are seeing conflict, but not from them, right? Not from them. Like as a refugee, Mr. Gayman, I always try to, and just as a human being, period, right? As someone who was a refugee, I become extra sensitive to people who migrate, right? Having gone through the war, having sought refuge in other countries, was treated like complete crap. Hearing this book in a B story, I think is very interesting. But the problems that has arisen is not coming from them. It's coming from the Liberians who are fighting amongst themselves because they want to probably have them dedicated to their farms only, and then their families are like, no, like they have to be on this farm. And then you have the government officials who are also involved. You have bureaucrats who are also involved. As I said, they're not just in Grand Jide. They're in Nimba. They're in Lofa. They're everywhere working on these various farms. And they were brought into Liberia. So how we resolve this is definitely not to put the responsibility or blame the Burkinabes for any of this tension. I was reading in Front Page Africa. They did an article sometime last year. I think that was what you were referring to earlier. And that article indicated that tension often arises when it comes to money matters, right? Either someone's not paying someone or they don't want to pay them. Then you often have this sort of fighting going on. Look, Liberian people, let's just be honest with ourselves. I beg you. Like let's just step back. Let's just step back and not come practice our South Africa let's not be South Africa 2.0. Okay? Let's not practice or get into xenophobic tendencies. Let's stay away from it. You are using and abusing these people. If anything, you guys should be taken to task and not them.
But I like his approach though. He said the government should come in to intervene, regularize, put in some measure, and I think that's the right way to go. We do not need to. The good thing is they didn't, like you said, right? One of the things we also have to look at is that when you are a migrant or you are an immigrant, some of the rights, because you are illegal, you are susceptible to abuse. Okay, and I have never been in that position, but I know because I'm in Florida here, I see this. There are stations where 5 o'clock in the morning, you will find a huge group of migrants. They call them daily workers, right? They pay them, I know in the construction industry, when you're talking, they pay them $100 a day. So they go to work, they work on in the building, when, the big building construction, the booming, the business, real estate is booming. So their complexes going up everywhere, and they just don't have the manpower. So they bring these folks in, no questions asked, first in, first come, first serve. You come in, you don't. In fact, you don't put down your name. Sometimes just your first name. At the end of the day, you line up, you get your $100, you go. They don't care what you do with your money. You are a laborer. The next day, if you have the time, you come. If you don't, if you find another site that pay you more, you go. I mean, that's the deal. So I want to believe that's what's happening here.
Yeah.
In Grand Jita, you brought me in, so you were supposed to give me 25% or 50% of the crop. Now that the crop has yielded and is looking good, now you don't want to give me my 50% now.
Yeah.
You want to give me 25%.
Yeah.
Okay. The next guy over telling me now that, listen, we're going to be 50-50 next year. So I'm going to sell my labor here to the highest bidder. Now, all of a sudden, Fanta is treating the people nice and everybody wants to work for her. Now I'm going to call immigration. The Burkina Faso people, they ain't right. They ain't right. So this is what going on, and that's why the gentleman was saying, even family members.
Yeah.
Fanta and I were living to see how we are brothers and sisters. I wasn't doing farming. Now she's doing farming. She got the Burkina Faso, and now she's doing very well. Now I want to go and have my own farm too.
Yeah.
Now recognizing how Fanta did it, what it took, you have no idea. But because she's succeeding now, like I was talking about the sausage, right? Whether you eat pork sausage or chicken or beef, nobody sees how the pork is made.
Yeah.
You go to the restaurant, let's say I need beef sausage or I need it, and it looks so nice on your plate. But if you saw these guys who are making the working condition and all that, I have a friend here who tells me he loves to eat at these very expensive restaurants. And he tells me, he said, I like to eat, but I never asked to see the cook.
Yeah, man.
He said, sometimes you look at the guy, when they smile, they got no teeth, you wonder how the hell these guys do this. But boy, they will cook some damn good meals. Don't have to see the cook, just eat the food. It tastes good, eat and cook. Same thing. So you go to find that farm and everything is just nice and green and everything. Instead of asking her, say, you know what, I want to do some of that. How can you help me? You don't want to do it, you want to go and compete with her.
You want to steal my Burkina Faso.
Yeah, and then you want to steal my Burkina Faso. And then you say that, guess what? They do the same thing in election, right? My cousin ran against somebody in Grand Bassa County, and he was paying his poor washers $10 a day. And he said the election was very tight. He said in one district, the people came with big bags of money and told all the poor washers, how much you're making? The $10, I said, we'll give you 50.
Wow.
Okay. Everybody got 50. Nobody was washing the boxes anymore. Nobody was counting numbers anymore. Nobody doing anything. The next thing we knew, in a place that's supposed to have 500 people voting at Abu, 500 show up out of nowhere. How in the world will you have 100% turnout in a district?
I'm telling you.
But that's why when you are a lawmaker or you are running for office and you do not want to pay your workers what is due them, and you want to scheme them, you want to scheme, like Barack say, somebody asking why you're not going to Liberia, why you're not going, and he says he doesn't go to country where they scheme 20% off the top. And I said, oh. What he meant was every donation that comes to this country, before it gets into the bank, 20% has been deposited in foreign banks. They will do anything to scheme the people.
Can you imagine that? Like somebody giving Liberia said, you go on the world stage, you claim, you tell your poor story. We're a war-torn country and we've been through this and been through that, right? And then someone say, your story is so touching. Of course, because it happened, right? It's horrendous. We'll give you $1 million. Then you say, oh, can you actually split that? Can you send 200,000 to my Swiss account? You know, like the children only need like 800,000. The 800,000 gets here. The legislative one's theirs. The senator is one theirs. By the time it gets to that village, it's $1, Mr. Gayman.
Oh yeah, but I mean, Barack said it because people were just wondering, how can you come to Ghana and don't go to Liberia? How? You know, it is. I mean, why? What? I was watching the last president. When I was watching when I think it was Jimmy Carter when he got to Liberia, went to Liberia, and one of the wives of some of the big shots, she was complaining. They treat us like a stepchild. You spend nights in Nigeria, you spend a whole week in Nigeria, and you stop away for an hour or two. So what is that? It's a disgrace. I mean, she went on. I'm going to pull it up someday and play it. But sometimes you wonder, people are wondering if Liberia was actually meant for the home of the returnee. Why they are going to Ghana? In fact, now there's a whole movement now to Burkina Faso.
Mm-hmm.
Why you jump over everybody? You go to Liberia, you jump over former President Barack, jump over Liberia and went straight to Kenya, and went other places, never stopped in Liberia.
We are corrupt. We are just corrupt.
That's correct. So Ghana got a multi-billion-dollar industry. People are returning. This is the place. And we were a country that was founded for people to return to. And the people shied away from us sometimes. Like the coach, my son coach, when he was playing basketball, he says, every time you sit down and, you know, somebody else move or they move or you go in the bathroom, check your deodorant. Something is wrong because there's no way nobody want to sit by you.
Yeah.
Nobody want to be your friend. You have to do some kind of internal control, internal survey, internal audit to see what is it that people are not coming. Is it my personal hygiene? You know, and some people will argue and say these people knew all along why people are not coming because we are corrupt.
We're fake, Mr. Gayman. We're fake.
Yeah, we are fake. Like Trump used to say, he says, listen, we don't need your money. Don't steal your money and bring it here. Develop your own country so your people can't come over here. Say, as long as you keep stealing your money, you can build a moat. They will swim across it. Even if you put alligator in the moat, they will go across it because you have a shithole country.
He's right. He's absolutely right.
And you're not doing anything. And after that speech, like I told you, me and the former representative were in Liberia and we're on Benson Street. They're coming down the hill. And you see the rupture of the sewage pipe and the feces all in the street.
The poo-poo water.
And then this administration here elevated that to a campaign song. Elevated to the international level that we walk in the poo-poo water for President Bouazizi, and it became an international anthem. How do you take pride in something this disgusting? What kind of people are we? You take pride in walking and standing, falling down. You say, I did it. I fell down in the poo-poo water because of this administration. I did this, I did that. And then in January, I was in Liberia, and the poo-poo water on Benson and Garguah Street is still there.
Still running to this day. Center Street,
It's still there. So, you cannot sit there and say the white people are prejudiced. A friend of mine came and said, why are you Republican? They are so racist. They don't like people. They don't like this. I said, because they feel superior to you.
Well, the Democrats are worse.
but not only that, who feels, what is superiority? Is somebody who feels that they can do things better than you. So let's go to the measuring tape. Do they run electricity better than you? Yes. Do they run cities better than you? Yes. Even though you go to the universities and you got all the degrees, you go home, you can't even run your own water system. You don't have water, you don't have electricity, you don't have traffic light, you don't these basic things that's supposed to say this is a city. The whole Monrovia, I don't even think we got how many traffic light we got. I can't even count. I don't even think we got 4 traffic light in the whole Monrovia. I was on the Torgbean Boulevard with the Chinese light. I got an arrow going this way and that way. And someday you come, it is down. The next day you come, traffic. There's no traffic light, no stop sign. There's nothing, anything that has to do with civilization. Then you say that people are racist.
You know what they started doing?
Yeah, you come to the university, you got all the degrees on the wall. You go to these people offices, master's degree, double master's degree, certificate of recognition. I don't know whether it's certificate of attendance or what participation, but they got all the degrees on the wall. But then when you look at the output, zero. You say, oh, these people think they're better than us. Yes. Until you can prove. Look, 50 years ago, China was a developing country.
Yeah.
You know what they did? They said, okay, we cannot beat the United States.
Mm-hmm.
But what we're going to do, we're going to send our best and our brother to all their universities, and whatever they have done, we'll do it better. We'll copy it, we'll improve on it, and we'll turn around and sell it back to them.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at the 7th largest economy in the world, the United States. Second is, I think, 200 trillion or something like that. It's China.
Yeah.
As we speak, Trump is on his way to China to negotiate as partners, equal partners.
Finally, yeah. Finally. It's a smart thing to do.
In 50 years. Then you look at Liberia, 1822, 204 years this year. I understand you're going to say we're black and we in Africa, all the excuses, so you cannot perform.
Mm.
Oh, you know, we were slaves. Oh, you know, they come to tell us they colonize us, they do this, they do that. Okay. You have a university that been there since 1862. You don't have one patent. One. Do you need, and then what other freedom you need to have your intellectual property good enough for you to say, it is so good that anybody use it, I got to get paid for it.
Yeah.
And nobody have recognized you for anything. But yes, you got 3 homes in the United States. Like Kehleboe was saying, he said they can expel me from the house, but I got home in Dubai just like they have. I got home in London just like they have. I got 2 homes in Accra just like they have. We all got property all over except here.
Yeah. Except here.
That's self-hate.
Yeah. Mm. Mm.
So if someone tells you that they are better than you, don't just go to the race car or to the religion car or to the tribe car. Look at yourself. If nobody wants to be associated with, they don't want to sit by you, just learn from my coach. Young man, you need to go into the men's room and check your deodorant. When it's time to put people in and out, when they call someone off the court and they come, they don't want to sit by. As soon as they move and move on the other side, something is wrong. It's not with them, it's you.
Yeah.
So the Indian man comes, he gets better. Then you say, well, you know, when the Indian come, the bank rather give them money. The food that man come, they get them money. Man come, they get them money. But they don't give money to bother people. They don't give money to crime. Are you kidding me? The few dollars they give you, do you pay it back? Are you honest enough that when you took a loan, you will pay it back? Are you willing to start at the bottom and work your way up to the top? Or you want to start from the top, you don't have any credibility, you got no credit record, you got no experience in running business, but you want to go run at the top. You know, you're not saying, let me start my tie shop, my little shoe shop, let me see how it goes. Then I'll open boutique. You want to go start with you
What are
want to
you laughing at them? They say, look at the full out Jalo is selling his bread and butter.
yeah. The gentleman, hopefully we can bring him here. He was talking, he's a comedian. He says he was pirating this Fula guy. He said he called him Kotor. So I can't want to wear Kotor. Kotor in Fula means uncle or something like that. So they asked Kotor, say, you know, how you got to Liberia? He said, you know, I'm from Mali. Somebody told me, and this guy accent is so comical, you realize it. Someone told me Liberia, anybody can make it. So I came, I walked to Guinea, and I came to Liberia. He said, then I started, my cousin gave me in front of his store, I was shining shoe on Benson Street. He says, then when I started shining shoe, I had enough time. So I started selling tea. Now I got two businesses. I'm a shiny shoe and I'm selling tea. He said the next day I started selling belts. I was shining shoe. He said when I high enough, then I opened my shop, on the bypass. Then I opened another shop. Now I got 3 shops and I hire a lot of Liberians.
Can you imagine?
So everybody say, whether you like it or not, that is the fact.
Mm-hmm.
This is your country. You say you don't want to shine shoe.
Yeah.
You don't want to sell belt. They're all beneath you. So the man selling his belt, there was another guy, he said he was selling nail. So even I have never heard that before. How do you sell nail?
I'm telling you, like they don't want it. It reminds me, and that's why like they and I get into it. It reminds me truly of the Black Americans here. You complain about the immigrants, you complain about the Africans coming to take your jobs, but you don't want to do the odd jobs. You complain about the Mexican coming to take your job. You don't want to go work on the farm. You don't want to do any of these odd jobs. You don't want to dedicate endless hours to studying. Right? I believe the most doctors amongst minority are like Nigerians.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know Indians, like the Indians are fast coming up as well, right? The Chinese as well. So you are from here. You claim to be better than the Africans, right? You call us like African booty scratchers. That's what you call us, right? These Africans. But we come, we dedicate ourselves, we discipline, right? We're disciplined. We go to school, we study, right? We acquire these not just degrees, but practical experience. We excel in these Fortune 500 companies. You don't want to work under us. How dare us to be your boss, to be your manager? It becomes problematic. We become your enemies. And Liberia is the same thing. We are not disciplined. We lack the discipline to be successful. Simply put. And at some point, a couple of presidents undertook similar efforts. I believe Torgbean did as well when he sent Liberians to school abroad, right? The idea was to go learn and come back. But instead, they went and learned and started buying houses in foreign countries instead of bringing that knowledge back to Liberia and bettering our people. So we are our own problem. We lack that necessary discipline to just be a people, a functional people. Right? And then that's why we are so wide-eyed. Everything that we see glitter, we think is gold. And we're willing to sell our brother, our liver, our toes, our ears. Everything we'll sell. Our chicken, the chicken not even off limit. We'll sell the chicken. Right? Hola, women. Hola, American. Free access. You think the man will refuse it? He's not going to refuse it. He's going to make money. So you sit there, you sell your children. Yeah, you sell your girls' children to the women. You sell your food to the women, then you have nothing to eat. You think he's stupid? Who are we doing it to? We're doing it to our very selves. Until we learn to be disciplined, we're gonna keep having these issues. And it's sad because the audacity to point the finger at someone else. We ought to point the finger at ourselves.
At ourselves. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning. But let me today take this day. Today is the International Day of Nurses. Today is International Nurses Day. So if you are a nurse, if you are in the nursing field, Sarah, Dopoh, and everybody else in the nursing field, today is your day. Just a few days ago, we were celebrating Mother's Day. Today, we are elevating, we are talking, we are saluting everybody in the nursing field. I mean, we are talking about nurses. Don't come here telling me about the different classes of nursing. No, we said nurses, period. I'm talking about the entire chain. Everybody that had nurse attached to them. Today is International Day of the Nurses. And don't tell me that women, no, we got some men nurses too. So to all of you who have done your work, who continue to do this, taking care of us in the hospitals, in the homes, in the nursing homes, rehabilitation centers, you name it, where nurses are today, we salute the nurses. Find out today is International Day for Nurses.
Yeah, we absolutely will not be, our health system would crash without the nurses. They are such an important component of the ecosystem, of the health ecosystem, that truly without them, it would crash. Doctors would not be able to do what they do without nurses. In fact, the nurses are the ones who perform, I would say, a good 60%, 70% of engagements of health activities. And most often those roles, doctors do not know how to perform. And they are the backbone. They are the backbone of the health system. And a big thank you to their endless sacrifices, because they do every single day work odd hours. They give their time, their energy, their body, their soul. They are faced with some task that we will call very, can't find the word for it, but they are so critical to our society that we would just not be a functioning society without them. So thank you to all the nurses out there. Certainly, Sarah, you've been family here, so thank you. And to all the women in my family as well who are nurses, a big thank you to you all.
Yeah, if you are a nurse,
thank you, Fanta.
I would like for you to, we would like to recognize you in the comment section. I think Nora Hawks is a nurse. I may be wrong. I think Theola Gibson into the nursing field. Tabby, I think Tabby, yeah. I think Tyler, I think her last name is Tyler. All of you are nurses, and any other person you know that are nurses, please send in the names so we can recognize them. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. Thank you so much. And that's one of the reasons why I can't come on to show my face. I'm so tired. I did a 12-hour shift last night. But I want to say happy Nurses, International Nurses Day, a week to all nurses around the world. And, especially to our country and other countries that don't have the necessary, tools, but still they make the sacrifices to, save lives. I want to say thank you so much for all the job that they do. May God continue to bless them, strengthen them, hopefully in years to come, maybe more serious governments to come, they will have all that they need to save more lives. I just want to say thank you to our Liberian nurses, um, in and also to countries that are struggling to still get to that part wherein they can have all the necessary things they need to do their work efficiently, but they still go ahead and make the sacrifice anyway, regardless of that. I want to say thank you.
And I want to tell you, whether you like him or not, Donald J. Trump is the best friend to nurses. All your overtime, there are no taxes on overtime. So now people,
don't get us started yet, Becky. Don't get us started yet. Do not get us started here, please. Don't rub nothing else in our faces. You know how about we pay you for gas, yeah?
A woman like Sarah can do her overtime. Now she's telling me she need a U-Haul truck to pick up her check every Friday when she get paid.
Right.
The check is so big now. I told you the gentleman called me from DC and said, my man, I hear you're a Republican, but the other law that Trump passed, he said, I love that president. He said, my overtime is more than my regular. I love it. No tax for overtime. He said, I'm just waiting for the call. Soon they say overtime, I jump on it. So Sarah is double talking. She's a blue-blooded Democrat, but she enjoying the benefit of this man she hates. Oh Lord, yes. And on tips, if you are working in a restaurant and you got tips, they're giving you tips, you too, you are benefiting. There's no taxes on. Can you imagine people were paying taxes on tips? How ridiculous can that be? And most people didn't even.
Wait, let me ask you, yeah? Their lawyer, how long is it for?
Forever. That's forever until the next president come and cancel it, but it is forever. It's not going away.
Okay.
So it is good. But most people, including me, when I used to do hourly job, I never used to like overtime because the more hour you work during overtime, they take all the money from you.
No, not true.
So people are now getting good wages. Can you imagine if you were making $15 an hour?
Don't forget now. Some companies don't want you to do that all the time because
of course, because what they are doing now, and the good thing though, Sarah, is if you were making $15 an hour and now you're making time and a half, so that's $27 you're making.
Right.
You multiply that over. So, and then if you are in the nursing field and you're making $25, $30 an hour, I mean, it is unbelievable how many people they are going to pull up into the upper middle class income. It's a major jump to the point where I took my girls for lunch. We went to lunch at Cheesecake Factory. And it looks like when they got to college, they got a job as the wait tables at the restaurant there. And she told me, she said, Daddy, I make about $700 every pay period from tips.
Wow.
I said, that's a lot of money for somebody working part-time. She said, yeah. So when we left, they brought the ticket. And she looked at it, she said, Daddy, you got to get 20% tip, minimum 20%. I said, what?
Yeah.
I said, usually I do 10. She said, no, you got to do 20. I said, because I'm a beneficiary of people giving good tip. So she looked at the tip. She said, you got to leave $42 in tip for this girl.
Wow.
I said, okay. She said, because if you have never worked in this industry, you don't know how these people live. They live basically their lives on tip. Because the restaurant do not pay them, maybe they just pay them the bare minimum.
Yeah.
So I didn't know this. So she said, Daddy, everywhere you go, make sure you leave minimum 20% tip. So I said, okay. So this is what we are saying. If you are in those industry where you get a lot of tip, now nobody can put your, some people like to leave your tip. I like to leave my tip on the table and give it directly to the server, right? Because I don't want it to go through the, to the pool and all that. Because what the big restaurant, what they would do is that when you include it in your credit card, they put it in the pool. And then at the end of the day, they divide it equally among all the other servers. But your full waiters or waitresses on that shift, they will split the stuff in four. So what I do is I like to give my tip directly to my server. So when I'm leaving, I pay the bill on my credit card, but then the tip I leave it and make sure it gets in her hand. So, when we're leaving, I gave the young lady $42. And she was so appreciative of this. So I told her, I said, don't thank me. I didn't know. I said, talk to my girls. They the one make sure that I do this. So I learned a lot as we are going along. So yes, today, Dr. Steve Bully. You see how, but you're Democrat or something. You hear what he's saying now, Sarah?
What he's saying?
He says, Mr. Gayman, the overtime thing, the tax policy, at the end of the year, you have to report it, your income, then you're going to pay taxes on your income. Who cares? I'm getting my money up front. And that girl that I gave it $42, so I don't think she was going to report that on income tax either. So listen, give my man some credit. Give Trump some credit, my man. Jeez, what's wrong with you people? You're Democrat or something else.
Your man, he got some credit, but
Ain't no but there. You don't give no credit. You ain't getting no credit. When you're taking your check home, you don't say, I don't like Trump. I'm going to give them money back. I never hear you say that. So, Steve, you can say all you want to say, my brother. You got to give a brother some credit. That is good stuff. So, yes, we have to do that. But Fanta, when you come, we need to talk about something going on. And Steve, maybe you can opine on this.
Mr. Gayman, did you hear about the one of the member on one of the folks that were indicted on the Capitol case being dismissed? What did they need, Priscilla Cooper or something?
The one that the Unity Party same woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, but everybody knew the whole thing. The woman, they were all charged. She was not arrested. She was not detained. She was out. We knew it was, we knew it. This thing was it was a manhunt. They were after somebody.
So my point here is now, when they do all of these things, they show all these biases in these cases, then they want for the jurors to go and convict innocent people?
Of course.
Just look at it from that point.
So what they have done is because they lost this case now, so they want to say, okay, so the jury let one of your men go, we're gonna let one of our own go too. That it's a tip for top.
No, but the thing is, she was part of this capital case. Why is it now that her case is separate and her case being dismissed and the other people still left hooked up in the case? I mean, it just shows that even the very government is not serious to fight anything. But now they want the Liberian people, the surrogates will go out there and be saying all kinds of things. You cannot be this biased. I mean, if you want to be fair, let the case go through the process. But your own party in there, you dismiss her own case. Then you got your opponent over there now. You got them, you hook them up, you wanted to go to jail. But when the case goes before jurors who will look at the case and say, this is not fair, this is not fair, this is not fair, and they render a decision, then you come back and say something else? I mean, that sends a wrong message to the entire country. These people are not serious.
That's right. That's the political part of it. Mr. Bullet is saying to all our nurses, Thanks for your sacrifices and services. You made the world a better place. You are loved and appreciated. So all the love to our nurses, wherever you are, let us know who you are, what your profession is. And today is dedicated to say thank you to our nurses. If you don't appreciate nurses, get into an accident or be sick, and you get to the hospital, and you will find out that nurses are not only there to give you medication and do suture and all that other stuff. They do more. When we talk about healthcare, when you see a child in the hospital, when you hear that child crying, usually they are afraid of the surroundings. But when that nurse comes in,
let me judge. Mr. Gayman, sometimes some people just don't know, they downplay, the importance of nurses around the world. And it doesn't matter, you can be an ICU nurse, you can be a home health nurse, you can be whatever nurse position you have. There is a difference there that you make in the life of your patient, no matter what. Even if you're taking care of a young baby who's on NG2 or who's on 2 feet, who's on anything, there's a difference there that you make because your presence there afford that family the opportunity. Either the mom has to go to work or the dad has to go to work. Something different you bring to the table that make life easier for that family. Like for me, I work in the nursing home and I also do home service. I take care of kids that go to school. I take care of kids or take care of disabled kids. Some of them on 2 feet, some of them on NG2, a lot of different things. My presence there makes it easier for that family. So there are a lot of things that nurses do. Sometimes some people overlook it, like our old money in the interior. They are midwives. They help to give birth to children. And under some of these conditions where they don't even have the tools. But their presence there afford that child to come to life. So that role is very important, and my heart goes out especially to our nurses, like I said, who don't even have the tools, but they make it their duty to show up every day and be a blessing to that family or to that patient that needs help.
Yep, the nurses. The only other profession that I can actually, when I say juxtapose, is maybe teachers. These are folks who
exactly yes
they educate us. Then we turn around and look down on them. You were never a doctor or a lawyer or whoever you are without your teachers.
Exactly.
So for you to look down upon teachers, and when they get to the legislative body, they become legislators, you think the first thing they're going to do is look back and say, we need to elevate teachers.
Right.
Those people who made up, because some of us went to school where teachers, they had to bring their own chalk.
Yep.
They had to bring their own everything. So now that you have made it to the House of Representatives, you have made it to the Senate, you are now president, and you still can't look back for teachers.
Right. And to your point, look at how during the election of our country, right, how most of these nurses were in the street. Oh, you harmonize my pay, harmonize your vote. And according to my understanding, some of these nurses were underpaid. And they got promises from this particular government that when they come to power, they will increase their pay and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure up to now, a lot of them are still making the same money or even worse. And the conditions have not, the working condition we saw the other day, I don't know, it was Phoebe Hospital or where the working condition in a hospital, the people had it on video, was so disturbing. How can you give care in that kind of environment? These are some of the things our government needs to be thinking about. You promise these people that when you come to power, you will make things better for them, you will make their living wage better. And up to now, you boasting of $100.2 billion, and the paycheck still the same. So where are the resources going?
The closing argument we send our reporters to, of all places, Of all places, Fanta and Sarah, they didn't go to Cape Man where I think they should have gone, or they should have gone to Joe Manjala's hometown. They didn't go there. They chose
I know
to
he there talking Tabata.
they chose to go
Where
to
is
Grand
Jala from?
I know. That man I love my man. You know Joma Jala now.
Jala is from Lofa.
Solidarity.
Yeah, they send the people, they send the team to Buchanan, to Grand Bassa County, and what they showed there was so embarrassing. Sarah,
I'm telling you.
The delivery ward where they deliver babies. If you saw the Bassa General Hospital, I know the Bassa people are going to come on here and they're going to start talking about why you washing our dirty clothes in the public. Yeah. If you don't want me to wash our dirty clothes, don't dirty your clothes. Don't dirty your clothes. Bassa, they say the second county, Buchanan, the second capital. And you go to the Bassa General Hospital, where mothers that just have babies sleeping in chairs, sitting up and sleeping because the only space they have is where to lay the baby.
You go and find Mr. Gayman, go to JFK. Mothers are laying on the cold floor, the cement floor, because they don't have enough space for mother and baby, or they can't afford to pay for mother space. So they can only give baby space. The mother sleeps on the cold, hard cement floor. JFK. Forget Bassa. Let's talk about Monrovia. I'm telling you.
What kind of country is this? But anyway, this brings us to this here. This is the fraudulent financial system that Liberia has. You see, I've been talking this and people don't want to listen. It doesn't matter who we have as president.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the American folks say, if the foundation is crooked, you can build that tower as high you want. It's going to be crooked until you deal with the foundational issues in Liberia. It doesn't matter who becomes president. It is going to be there. Let's go to the videotape.
That is absolutely true.
Let's go to the video. Let's go to the evidence. They say here, a damning compliance audit report by the General Auditing Commission has uncovered sweeping irregularities in the Liberian government revenue collection system, with $370 million all accounted for.
Times 3 or times 10.
Yeah. You know what? The judge, I was in Newark, New Jersey, and I went to the traffic court midnight. I love to go to the traffic court because you hear all kinds of stuff. I mean, if you want to live, you come from on Fridays, you come from work and you just want to have a live and you can't drink. You don't like to go to the club or go to the bar. Go to your local traffic court at night on Fridays and listen to some of the stories that are going on there. You will just fall off your chair. There was a guy that was arrested for driving on the wrong side of the road on a one-way street in Newark. So the judge asked him, he says, why were you driving on a one-way street? You could have killed someone. He says, George, so you know, I live right on that street. The judge said, I didn't say where you live. Why were you driving? He said, I live on that street and you know, it's a one-way street. I have to go all the way around to come back on my street to be on the road. So I thought I was doing a shortcut and the police were there waiting for me. And the police officer said, no, I wasn't waiting for you. I was waiting for anybody who was doing the wrong thing and you just happened to be that person.
That's right.
He went to the judge, he said, George, I want you to forgive me because this is my first offense. And the judge just laughed. Say, you mean it's your first time being caught? So don't tell me it is your first time. It is just the first time that we have caught doing this. So what we are saying here is, for you, now we are just saying here, almost $400 million. Do you know what $400 million can do for Liberians? And this is just over 6 years. part of the George Weah administration, part of the Bouakai administration here. $400 million. We're not even talking going back to 2005. We even went back to that, that would be about 10 billion.
Yeah.
Wow.
But this is it. The Liberian government revenue collection system is a mess, with hundreds of millions of US dollars and tens of billions of Liberian dollars either untraceable or improperly reconciled across key government financial institutions in the Republic of Liberia.
Wow.
This is what we are talking about. The report signed by Auditor General P. Garguah Jackson Sr. represents an average conclusion on the management and reconciliation of tax revenue collected through the Liberian government transitory bank accounts and consolidated account between July 2028 to 2024. The GAC noted that it derived an adverse conclusion because auditors found serious weaknesses and unreconciled discrepancy in government revenue records that materially affected confidence in the accuracy and integrity of our system. You understand, they are not talking about Bouakai government or Weah government or Ellen government. They're talking about systems. There's none. The law says when institutions collect taxes, it has to be in the government central account within 24 hours, unless it falls on a holiday or weekend.
Right.
Some of these people take weeks, 10 days.
Wow.
So the 30 days, the government money goes into the account. They leave it into the account for 30 days.
Into whose account?
Wherever, because you know they have designated several banks.
Right.
And this money is supposed to go into either Echo Bank or wherever bank that this company deals with. Let's say if Firestone deals with Echo Bank, all the tax collected go into the government account at Echo Bank.
Right.
And then Echo Bank is supposed to transfer that money within 24 hours into the central bank.
Oh, okay.
So what they would do, they would go behind between Firestone and the central bank. They go to Echo Bank, whoever they know there. They will go take the money without trace.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
go ahead.
These banks, anywhere in the world, they will be shut down almost immediately. The Echo Banks, and we have to put them on record. Let's put them on blast. Echo Bank is complicit in the illicit financial flows in Liberia. So is UBA. So is the very LBDI. So it's the very GT Bank. They're all in it. They enable the illicit financial flows that Liberia is suffering from today. Mr. Gayman, that number you talk about 300 million. That's what I said to you. Say times 3.
I know.
Liberia loses annually $1 billion from illicit financial flows. It's the same thing that we were talking about. Working with the banks, of course, governmental officials, bureaucrats, and what have you. $1 billion. $1 billion every year. Africa loses $89 billion. $1 billion of that $89 billion that Africa loses comes from Liberia alone. Let me give you an example further. Do you know that last year, back to this Letty report, right? That does the report calculating or computing the annual revenue for the extractive sectors, right? They reported every time they produce a report, the receiving country. So say if the receiving country is Switzerland or the United States or China or Turkey or India, the gap between what is received, right, and what Letty's document as in revenue for those companies. Do you know where that number stands today? $2.7 billion they cannot account for. Wow. So the receiving countries documented that, hey, from Liberia, we are receiving $7.8 billion in gold, diamond, what have you, right? Liberia's agencies says for that same year, they only saw $5 billion. What happened to the $2.8 billion? We're not like this 300 million, 100 million, like 400 million. We're talking billions of dollars every single year. Not just over a period, just 1 year. For example, 2025 into 2026, receiving countries, the countries I just mentioned, said they receive $7.8 billion from Liberia in terms of resources, right? Liberia documented only $5 billion. These people are, I don't know, like, Mr. Gayman, like we are in a deep mess, and it is not due to lack of systems. It's not due to lack of know-how. It is intentional, right? It is contrived. These people are in a society. That's why it doesn't matter who sits in that chair. It doesn't matter. Because they have systems in place, illicit systems in place to undermine whatever functioning systems, whatever functioning infrastructures exist.
I'll tell you.
In fact, they will say, you probably know more, you want to check everything? That's how we can do it, yeah. Just check some more. There are people who have been fired from their jobs for just taking proper audits. Oh, they meant you know more. Can check out and can expose all, yeah? $93 billion we're losing. So that $1 billion that the UN recorded, it's upward $3 billion. And plus, every single year. Not over a period, annually.
Wow. Let me welcome Jackson. Honorable Seaton, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be back. I think the discussion you guys are having is very interesting. This whole issue, and I'm glad that Fanta made the point that no matter who is in the executive mansion, this illicit dealing in our natural resources will continue. This is not an issue that is unique to this current administration. This is an age-old problem. I don't know how we as a country can address this situation to make sure the resources benefit our people. For example, Bear Mountain is extracting millions and millions of dollars of billions of dollars of gold out of Liberia. They are polluting the water. I just saw one of my friend, former press union of Liberian president, what's his name? Abraham Masale posted. He's from Cape Mount County, so he was visiting Liberia, and he posted the contamination that B. Martin is causing to the people in Cape Mount County. And all of these reports are out there. But yet and still, we have folks in the government who turn their blind eye. And sad to say, this is not unique to this administration.
That's true.
Previous administration, it has been happening. I don't know when are we going to stand up and say, look, enough is enough. Our people need to benefit from the natural resources of this country. Liberia is a rich country, but we are poor because our resources are not being managed properly.
Well, but then, Mr. Jackson, I would disagree. I would disagree with you folks that say it doesn't matter who sits in the chair. It matters, because who sits in that chair, looking at everything our country have been through, and looking at governments upon governments who have not been able to close those loopholes, to look in the eye of people, these investors, and tell them, no, it matters. It matters who sits in that chair, because who sits in that chair is supposed to be the one to set the pace.
So, Sarah, let me push back. If it matters, how come nothing have changed over 204 years?
So that means we've been having the wrong person.
Oh, no. What we are saying here, the foundation is crooked. I think Steve mentioned something.
I agree. The foundation is crooked, but how do we fix it, Mr. Gayman? How do we fix it? Where is it supposed to start from?
Someone is saying the government and the banking system, they are in cahoots to launder. They are laundering the money out of the country. And here we are. Somebody in Yeka Koluba wanted to stand up to say something about what is wrong. And the system came against him. You got Kamara Kone, who was trying to say something. The system came down upon him. And you heard what Snow just said. He was so intimidated that what happened in Liberia was not even mentioned in his report to ECOWAS. He says, because everything you say now, they are charging you with treason. So this is what we are talking about, Honorable Jackson. The system, they have this system there. When you talk about Jim Crow, I keep saying this is Jim Crow 2.0 in Africa. That the Ku Klux Klan, the equivalents of the Ku Klux Klan, they are going around and lynching people who want to be Mr. Know-it-all. Like Fanta said, when you go out, they say something like we are saying here, right? They said the breakdown of the financial system, the audit doesn't even start with that. They said the revenue totaling 1.789 million in the Liberian 54 billion. Caught in the Liberian authority, their revenue authority administration system could not even be traced to any particular person, any particular system. These people are knowledgeable people who have decided to do something that nobody can trace it. And how do you do that? You chakla it in so much that people come in and say, well, you know, oh, this one started here, but we don't know where it ended. We don't know this one ended here. We don't know where it started. They have made it, the chakla is so much that nobody can get caught as a person. So everything goes back to the system. That's what they have done. And find out this is terrible.
It's beyond terrible, because you have people who have willfully subscribed, to ensuring that Liberia remains deplorable. People who have committed, people who have given their blood to ensure that Liberia remains deplorable. And when I say that there are secret societies that exist in Liberia, who all of these people are a part of, and have established these networks for them to be able to navigate in the way in which they navigate, because their activities is not limited to Liberia. In order for you to transfer huge amounts of money through the banking system, right? As you know, if it's transferred through an Echo Bank, and say you're transferring to Washington, for example, you're transferring like to Maryland, it goes through the U.S. system, right? There's a coordinating bank, whether it's your City of the World or your Chase or your JP Morgans of the world. There is an international network that enables these illicit activities. And you can only be a part of those networks, right? If you subscribe to them. So either you get recruited or you petition to join them. Because we have to understand, and I hear what you're saying, Sarah. It takes the right leader, absolutely. But it also takes the understanding that the problem I'm fighting is bigger than Liberia. There are enablers, right? There are traffickers that sit in other parts of the world. How is it that a person, a senator or a representative, can feel so comfortable, right? And because they've done it before, can feel so comfortable to put $100,000 cash in a suitcase, and it passes RIA, the Liberian airport. Nobody stops him. Right? Nobody stops him. It was in the news. But I think he got to, I'm not sure if it was JFK or one of the US airports. And they were flabbergasted. 100,000, like, where did you get this money from? It had been a bribe that he had received from one of their dealings, probably concession dealings in Liberia. And they have done it before. But this time he got caught. Imagine if they're so emboldened to travel with that large amount of money. How much money they put through the banking systems? You think EcoBank and UBA and GT Bank are making money off of the regular Liberians banking with them? They're definitely stealing from them with the high fees that they're charging. They're stealing from them to keep their money. They're charging them high fees on savings, high fees like on checking. Every action like they take, they charge them. So they're making money from that. But the real money that they made comes from the governmental officials working with them. It's a business. They work with them to launder money outside of Liberia. There is no other way this would have been possible. To have lawmakers have bank accounts in Switzerland, have bank accounts in New York, have bank accounts in Washington. Let's just think for a second. How did that happen? And something else we have to know. When they get into office, be it a representative or a senator, the bank come after them or they go after the bank, and the bank tells them, whatever money you want to take it. Right when they enter. Hear this, because this is very important. A poor senator, a poor representative getting elected into office on day one. EcoBank goes to him. Senator John, how much you want? How much you want? Call a number. You have for 6 years.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. This is a man who couldn't even get 10 hours from EcoBank before he became a representative. EcoBank then tells him whatever you want. He said, I want 500,000. How do you think he's supposed to pay EcoBank back at 25% interest? If EcoBank made that 500,000 available in his account today, he has to be bribed by the concession companies. He has to make sure that whatever committee he needs to sit on to get those brown envelopes, he get it to pay EcoBank back. And when they do not pay EcoBank back, guess what happens? Guess what happens? Concession companies pay them. They're on those committees. They tell EcoBank, take your money from there. That's why EcoBank will keep it for 30 days when they're only supposed to keep it for 24 hours. To subtract whoever lawmaker hadn't paid that debt.
I'm telling you.
Mr. Gayman, we're running we're witnessing a very sophisticated crime ring. The type of financial crimes that happen in Liberia. I'm not saying it not happening in Ghana or Nigeria, but not at the scale for such a small country.
But we don't care what happened in other countries, we care what happened in our country.
It's bad.
It's
very bad.
Mr. Sita, this is this financial system. You know, Fanta touched something when Ure was running for office. He made a pronouncement. He said, nobody should become president of Liberia if you are not a member of the secret society, especially the Masonic craft. He said this. And somewhere I was watching, I saw George Weah in his full Masonic regalia. So are we dealing with something so powerful that all of these men have to succumb?
I think there is some kind of an underworld that exists in Liberia, and it is part of a clique. If you want to be successful in Liberia, you have to be part of that underworld. I think that is true. But the issue of people stealing deliberately from our country is alarming. And I don't know if we will ever put in place a system that will curtail these kind of criminal activities. I'll give you an example. You here, let's say you're building a house in Liberia, and they call upon you to transmit some money to buy some materials, and you say, well, you know what happened? I will decide to send $5,000. Immediately, the money transferring system you will use, whether Western Union or MoneyGram or SendWave or whatever you decide to use, immediately when you send that money, the first thing it triggers a red flag. Sending or use such a money. Why does it trigger a red flag? Because they are fighting money laundering. How come a certain lawmaker will leave the Republic of Liberia with $100,000 cash in a briefcase, and there's no red flag? That tells you there's a coordinated system in the country, including the security apparatus. Everybody are part of the whole network. Because under no circumstance, a lawmaker will go to Roberts International Airport, board a plane with that huge quantity of money. And here's the thing. The fact that immediately when you bring it at the airport, it's going to be spotted. Because guess what? The United States is also fighting money laundering. They don't want you to take your dirty money, you bring it here and try to make it clean. And so I don't know how Liberia can address this situation, because obviously our people are being milked to their detriment by these so-called individuals who claim to represent the people and have the interests of the people. That's broad day stealing, and it has to stop. But how can we stop it? That's the question. How can we stop it? Because how can we stop it? Because it's a whole network. And Fanta just said it. Immediately when you become president of the Republic of Liberia, all of the Disney people start bringing you gifts, including cash. What are they doing? They are luring you into the network. That's the first thing. They come with gifts. You remember when President Weah became president, out of nowhere, his home was demolished and it was being built. The same thing with Joe Boyka. So it's a whole network of these people. They are just there. They are sponge. They are waiting. Anybody who becomes president, they move in with their dragnet. They put you in that dragnet. With all of this, shower you with all of big gifts. Man, your eyes are closed. Then they go about us milking the country, passing so many underground deeds. There are so many underground deeds that goes on in Liberia. The only one that comes out is the one that those guys negotiate in the national legislature. How come our minerals are being taken out of the country and recorded as billions and billions of dollars, and then in Liberia it is not properly accounted for? How come?
Well,
so it's a network.
It's a cartel, network of cartels.
Exactly, it is a cartel.
Yeah.
If you try to penetrate to bring it down, they're going to cut you down. They're going to cut you down. I can guarantee you that.
Yep, we are talking about a mafia kind of setup that run by few families. When you are in New York, the Gambino families from Staten Island, and then you go across the water, you go to New Jersey, they got their own, the different families. You go to the Bronx, the different families run different things. One run the cement business, construction business. Then one run the food services. I mean, that's what's happening in Liberia, and folks will come in and bring all the ideas like Fanta was saying. They will tell you, my man, this is not how it is done here. I have experienced it when we did some donation in the place there, and all we needed was receipt, just some documentation that you have received what was donated. So when I go back, we can actually tell the folk that we didn't sell these donations. The person told me that's not how we do it here. And please, not because you give us 30,000 books, means that we should sit here and count every one of them and give you receipt. That's not how we do it. Spent 3 weeks in Liberia waiting for a receipt to just come for me to make my report. Couldn't get it. He said the system didn't correspond. That's not how we do it here. Well, tomorrow we're going to have a special guest, Honorable Dara Ambrose Yima, Senior, former Director of Public Information and Strategic Planning, the Judiciary Branch of Liberia, will be here. And the topic tomorrow is going to be the economic sabotage case verdict. The question then is, can Liberian trust the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court, to deliver impartial justice without bias or external influence? I know what the answer is. Mr. Ambrose, before you come, I'm going to take a little poll here among us so you know what you're running into. Mr. Sita, they can't fire you because you don't work for them. Can you trust the Liberian Supreme Court to give out all the judicial system to be fair?
I have no confidence. I have no confidence in the Liberian judicial system. I do not believe that they can administer impartial justice in that country. I have no confidence.
No confidence.
And the reason is simple. All of the international reports that come out on the judiciary in Liberia, it says the judiciary is corrupt. It's corrupt.
Evidence-based. He's not talking about the top of his
No,
head.
I'm not talking about all of the reports. Because these are public knowledge.
Yeah.
You understand? All of the reports that come up, it talks about the judiciary being corrupt. So I have no confidence in the judiciary.
No confidence. Let me go to Fanta. I'm taking a vote now, so Mr. Ambrose is listening, so he know what he's running into tomorrow. Because remember, he's member of the bar, so he had to tiptoe. But we're going to take him to task tomorrow, so when he comes, he know what he's running into. The question here is, can you trust the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court, to deliver impartial, unbiased decisions? I mean, sometimes when you are a little mad, they come down hard, or you say, the law is the law.
Yeah.
And when it's time for them to do what they're supposed to do, they say, I'm going with it. I'm going with a majority. I don't care what the Supreme Court. What? Yeah, go ahead. So we're taking a poll now. Can you trust the Liberian judiciary to give an impartial decision in that country, in that place called Liberia?
Before you read his title, I was going to ask, is he part of the judicial system? But now that we know that he is, I definitely look forward to that call tomorrow. Absolutely not. Everyone knows that Liberia practices selective justice. We have two justice systems, right? One for the poor and one for the have and one for the have not. And it's a complete disaster. It's disastrous at best. We've seen it time and time again. And so I'm very interested in what his topic is going to be or what exactly he wants to talk about. Is it to reinstate public faith in the system? What exactly is it going to be talking about tomorrow? Do we know?
Well, we're going to be talking about the decision made. The decision that was made 2 days ago about the economic sabotage, the verdict. So the administration now, the backers of the administration are saying that finding their number one target, Samuel Pewee, not guilty. Some of them are even saying, even they are not part of the case. They want the government to appeal. Can you imagine? You brought two people. You brought someone to court, and you say you are confident the person is going to be found guilty. The defense lawyer said the same thing. Say you got no case. We are confident our man will be found not guilty. So the jurors came back and say, you know what? Not only the evidence is not sufficient, but you don't have any evidence at all. And I pointed out one of the evidences that were produced. It were copied checks, return checks, that they copied and submitted into evidence. When the defense asked for the original from which the copy was made, they said they don't have the original, but they have the copy. So where in the world is that possible? So this is where we are coming from. Take over. Fanta, it's your turn.
Yeah, let me just make this let me just make this comment. I trust the judgment of Mr. Ambrose now. He's a journalist. He was former director general of the Liberian Broadcasting System. He's also a lawyer. So I trust his judgment, and I believe that he will come on the show and give his own honest opinion on the case regarding Mr. Samuel Pewee. But let me say this. You see, in the United States or other countries, because I don't want to compare apple and oranges when you try to compare Liberia and the United States. As a prosecution, before you bring charges against an individual or a group of individuals, especially high-profile individuals, you must have overwhelming evidence that you can indict them, that you can prosecute them. Before you bring that indictment, you must have an overwhelming evidence that you can prosecute and you can find them guilty. I don't think the state or the Republic of Liberia did that. You see, that case is a high-profile case, or was a high-profile case. And I think the government should have done due diligence to make sure they have all of their evidence in place before bringing those charges against those individuals. Because here's the thing. When you accuse high-profile individuals of crime and you cannot prove it, what you have done is you have elevated the reputation, the standing of those individuals in society. You wanted to bring them down, to incarcerate them. That's why you brought those charges against them. But because you don't have the evidence, now what have you done? You have inadvertently elevated them in society. So I think the government blunder. Now those who are arguing, saying that the government should take an appeal, I don't know whether it is part of Liberia's jurisprudence that after the state charge an individual for a crime and the state cannot prove its own allegation, and then a juror of the individual peers found him not guilty, then the state come back and say, oh, you know what happened? You're then found guilty, but since we the one brought the charge, we will take an appeal. I think it's the other way around. It is the defendant who, when they are found guilty, who take appeal. So this argument that, the state needs to appeal the case, I don't know what is that kind of, I will need somebody who is vast in law to come and educate me on whether the state can indeed appeal the ruling of the ruling of not guilty by the jurors. I don't know whether the state can appeal that.
That's why he's going to be here tomorrow, because it looks like a game that says we will play the game until I win. So every time the games will be 90 minutes, right? The games will either know we're going to keep playing.
No, I'm 30 minutes.
Yeah, we keep playing on that score. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the comment section here. We here learning a lot. Sarah, let me start with you. If you have not fallen to sleep, I know you did your 12-hour last night. But something that I want to applaud the government on, but I'm a little skeptical at the end. The government of Liberia has just finalized placing the entire ELWA, they're taking over the ELWA hospital by putting all the employees now as government employees. So this is a hospital that has been around for ages and have done well. I know they were struggling. In America, the American government will have said, we'll allocate some money to you annually, and then we'll audit you to make sure that the money is spent. But to actually usurp the responsibility of the hospital, to make them now part of the government hospital system. While this is good news that ELWA needed to be rescued, this hospital is not going to fall by the wayside, just like the other government hospital. Sarah, are you there? Are you up? Are you going to sleep? I think our nurse, her 12-hour, and I catch up with her. Fanta, but let's go here. This is a double-edged sword here. ELWA needs the help because they have done an amazing job for as long as they've been in Liberia. Now for the government to take over the financial system of this thing, I think this is going to go by way of you think it's going to go by way of the regular government? If the government hospital that they themselves are not doing well, how can it do this?
That is a salient point, Mr. Gayman. I think we just have to look at their record and the other facilities that they currently run, right? Or that's currently in the government health systems. The Redemption of the World, the endless, what is it called? Sarah mentioned it earlier, the Phoebes, right? Mm-hmm. The Phoebes of the world. And other health systems or other
government hospital in Bassa.
Exactly, from Bassa to Maryland, Grand Jide, Lofa, Bomi, Bapolu, Kidmount. We only have to look at those centers to determine what their success rate is going to be like when they take over ELWA. I think it's a terrible idea. And here is why I say that. They're already failing miserably with the facilities that they currently manage, and that is exemplary in the endless reports that we see time and time again, whether it's Redemption, denying pregnant women from having their children or from having babies, from birthing the future of this nation, and they're birthing the future right in their parking lot, or JFK doing the same thing. I mean, the issues are endless. ELWA has always been one of those hospitals, they might have been struggling, but that offers some type of sensibility, right? They have a really good dentist service there. I think better than JFK, or have been better than JFK for a very long time. Among other services that they offer, I think what would be ideal, what would be strategic, is if they sought out a private partner to take over ELWA and privatize ELWA. Still make it affordable, right? But not to put it fully under the government umbrella. In fact, I would encourage all the health investors out there, if you're listening, this would be a great opportunity. Petition the government to take over ELWA. I mean, the facility is huge. Of course, we know they have multiple buildings, and I can easily say they're probably larger than JFK or comparable size. If we're witnessing the disaster that is JFK today, that is the redemptions of the world, what makes us think that ELW is going to be any different if it's usurped? So I would encourage the Liberians out there who are health investors to definitely move on this and privatize EAWA. Definitely.
But Sita, there is an agency in North Carolina called the Samaritan Purse.
That's what I was. That's where I was going.
Yeah, that's Reverend Graham group. They have.
Yeah. Franklin Graham.
Yeah, they've been running that and still running it.
Yes.
Instead of helping the hospital, you not take over the entire payroll system. Everybody now that are employed in the hospital now are now government employees. So now are they going to be subjected to the government crookedness and all that? I mean, it's a good thing, but is this how you would do it?
Well, EAWA Hospital has played a significant role in the healthcare delivery system of Liberia for more than 50 years. They have done tremendous work in Liberia, and we want to applaud them uh, through their Samaritan Purse. That is their funding agency headed by Reverend Franklin Graham for the work that they have done in Liberia over the years. We appreciate what they have done. I think the idea of the government taking over the salary of the staff at EAWA, I don't know how that arrangement was made. I don't know what a Samaritan Purse is pulling out of EAWA. If they are pulling out, then it is a sad day for Liberia because EAWA Hospital is one of the best hospitals in Liberia. I can tell you that for sure. Their success rate in terms of curative is high than even the government-run John F. Kennedy Medical Center, and even I would say even to that of Catholic Hospital. They have a huge success rate, and I want to say thank you to Reverend Graham for all that he has done for Liberia. I think what the government needed to do in the midst of this situation with the financial crisis facing the Samaritan Purse and with the cutting of international funding by the current U.S. administration, I think the government should have worked with the Samaritan Purse to see how best they can lobby for outside donors to help the Samaritan Purse so that it can continue its program in Liberia. Because government coming in now to pay the staff, first and foremost, it's going to strain the government budget. You have all of these different hospitals all over the country. Doctors, nurses, healthcare workers are not being paid on time. Most of the time they go on strike just because they are not being paid. And then you come to our EAWA staff there. You are compounding the situation rather than trying to find a solution. So I think the best approach is for the government to negotiate with Samaritan Purse to see how best, you understand, they can work with Samaritan Purse to see how well they can find other sources of funding for EAWA Hospital. And I don't think, you see, this is where diplomacy plays a very important role. Yes, we can be member of the UN Security Council, that's a good thing. But this little pocket of simple diplomacy, it helps a lot. I think I'm pretty much sure before the government even came up with the idea of paying the staff at EAWA Hospital, there have been some kind of a backdoor discussion with Samaritan Purse. I think the government should have pursued that to make sure that they can work with Samaritan Purse and see how best they can identify other sources of funding to help the hospital, then for them to already just come and say, look, you know what happened? We will pay the staff. Yeah, I don't think they serve the hospital well.
Now rescue government.
Sarah, you are back. Thank you. You took a good nap there. It's all right. Sarah, this one, the government deserves credit here, but the approach is wrong. I run a business here for the past 26 years. Like I said, not that the state couldn't run their own after-school program system or the school district couldn't do it, but they say government cannot do business right. They can't do it right. So what they do is they subcontract all of these the agencies to private folks, and then what they do, they give you the money, and then they do oversight by auditing and all that training. I thought that would have been the right way to go instead of, because now that the government is going to be doing hiring of these people, now we're going to have corruption. You're going to have unqualified people will be sent by the government because now the government paying them salaries, so they will determine who works there. And it may kill that whole model that has been so successful since 1951. That's 57 years. So, you know, I don't know, Sarah.
Yeah, Mr. Gilman, this is the same thing we've been saying. And the thing is, what are these people going to be paid? The fact that they're going to be paid by the government, is the government taking over the hospital, or they just stepping in to pay these people?
From what we understand, they're taking over the entire payroll. They're going to, everybody that associated with the hospital are going to be on government payroll.
Because I heard, as I read, what Josiah Joker saying that they're going to be taking over, paying these people as per the mandate by the president. So, like you are saying, right? Are we doing things just because this mandate comes from the president, or is the government supposed to be doing things, putting a system in place wherein, successive government will work on, will build on? And, then what we say, they say this and that. I mean, you have people who have the impositions of power and they don't know what to do. If we don't know what to do, then let's pay the experts to come and do what we need to do so our country can go forward. Because it's just like, you have a man who they say have 42 years experience, and then he comes to power and everything is in reverse. Everything they do it in reverse for political gain.
They don't shut my sister up.
I think it's too much.
The NSA not easy. The NSA not easy. But yes, what it's a good thing, and what I don't like about this, Fanta, you and I, we go again about system, right?
Yeah.
Because when we were advocating to have something called the Children's Services Council, which is a separate funding agency, the public policy folks came about and said we do not want these things to fall under the government. So this particular agency was established through a statute, right? Not only that, but it came up with the funding sources. They say, now, henceforth, all after-school programs will be run out of the school district because the government don't know how to do anything. We're going to take it out of the hand. We're going to subcontract it. And how we're going to get the money is going to come from ad valorem. That means every home that is built in this county, every home that is built, 1 cent from every home will be towards this. So they give us maybe $10 to $15 million every year, right?
Right.
You need to run these things. And these are the conditions.
Yeah.
We are going to audit you every year, and when you fall short, you forfeit your contract, and that's it.
Yes.
It's very competitive. Other people want the money from the government. So in this way, they do the oversight, and we provide the services.
Right.
This is what I thought people from the United States, when they go to Liberia, they would say, you know what? ELW, government don't know how to run hospital based on what we have done in Basel, JFK. Our hands are full. We don't know how to run hospital, and we don't want to take on no more hospital. So since you've been doing this, how much is the budget to run this? And you say maybe $1 million. Okay, we will give you 500,000 annually, but we're going to make sure that it is legislated. So when Joseph Walker leave power,
Right.
the next president they can't cancel these things. So Joseph
Right.
pushed it through the legislature, and now it become a law that now ELW is part of. It's a sub.
Thank you.
It's a quasi government agency that 500,000 are going to go to ELW every year, and we're going to do the audit on time.
Right.
If we don't spend our money wisely, we are going to pull the funding. But instead, they are now taking over the payroll system, so they will determine now who gets to be hired at ELW.
Okay.
So then we are now going to be talking about, are you a UP person? Were you kind? Are you a critic? Which country are you from? So now the whole thing, these folks have been running since 1951.
Wow.
They have been doing an excellent job. Now we are now going to infuse the government. Fanta, I don't see this. Joma Jala, if you are out there, please come and give us some. How do you want us to report this news? Because we got to be critical of some of these things because we know it. Fanta, how will you?
No, I think Sarah was in flight.
Sarah, your phone went
No, go ahead, Fanta. I mean, I was just trying to make that point. Like, just like what you said, Mr. Gilman. I mean, it's like all the kind of knee-jerk things they come up with just so I know score political points or what. Do the thing right in the right way so that, like you said, when your time is over, other people come there, they can build on the good things you have done. But now they're coming to join. We will pay these people. Is it just 1 month you're going to pay? I mean, just 1 year thing you're going to do, or that's something you're going to continue to do? Do something, do it right. That's what I was trying to say.
Fanta.
Yeah, go ahead, Fanta. It's just ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I think I've added my take here. I think this is going to be very disastrous. This is going to be very disastrous, and I just see it. I don't know what went into this, but it's I would love for Joma Jara, please call in. Like, can you please call in and just give us some insight here? Like, we're struggling to understand such a decision. So please do us a favor and please call in and lend your voice here. Yeah, I have nothing else to add to this.
Okay, let's go to the next topic here. Police officer arrested over alleged rape of a girl 16 in his custody. Yeah, man. And I don't want to say this, but with all the beautiful women, single women in Monrovia, in Liberia, that someone that you have told, anyway, this is what rape is all about. Rape is about power. Okay? And this is, it says here, Monrovia, the Liberia National Police are arrested a police officer assigned to its Women and Children Protection section in Ganta, Nima County, after a 16-year-old girl accused him of raping her while she was in police custody. The national announced. The accused officer, patrolman Wise W. Weir, has been placed under detention pending the outcome of an ongoing investigation. Preliminary medical findings, according to Liberia National Police, are consistent with sexual assault allegations against the police officer. The case have triggered fresh public concern over the treatment and safety of juveniles held in police detention facilities and over the conduct of officers entrusted with their protection. Fanta, it looks like now we are putting the facts to oversee the chickens. These people are terrible human beings. Look at his title. Protecting women and children. That's his title.
Yeah. Often.
Wow.
And Gregory Coleman and team needs to do a better job than just arresting these folks. There needs to be some hard, some serious consideration for capital punishment. I keep saying this, and I'm not the only one who has mentioned this before. Others have also called for capital punishment for the abuse or rape of minors. 16-year-old is a minor, especially one that is in your care. As a government official, you were in the capacity of the government, serving as a police officer, heading that department. Just imagine how many times he's been engaged in such act, and this happened to be the one where he got caught. Imagine the endless victims who parents told them, "Oh, woman to Latin also, let's just shut our boy, oh, it will bring embarrassment to the family, oh, let's just forget boy. Just forget boy." Imagine those silent victims out there. Every single day in Liberia, over 9 children get raped. Children, not adults, children, every single day. And to have someone of power serving in the capacity, serving in the security apparatus. This is someone that you call when your rights are being violated. This is the person that is entrusted to protect you in your community. And then to have that person be the one to violate you, it is a double assault. You've assaulted the entire family, not only that child.
Mr. Gayman, I'm sorry for that. Please, I have the chairman of the ANC on the phone. I would like Chairman Gu. So please. Yeah, so Chairman Gu, we on the closing argument, and we're wanted to confirm whether the news about Mr. Cummings appointing Mr. Wisdom as the chief of staff is true.
Well, what I can say, I do know that he has been chief of staff. Spoken to Mr. Wisdom after he has spoken with Mr. Cummings, particularly about this role. This has been an ongoing process for several weeks now, and he is narrowed down on Whistler. And so just about days before this appointment was to be made, he would have made it himself. I'm not sure whether he has made this appointment himself, but I can confirm that he has been in search of a chief of staff. And by the way, he has not been with a chief of staff for a long time now. So he thought it fit at this point to start to look for a chief of staff because he's been without one for many, if not months, then years.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can remember the last.
Yeah, Jerome Gayman, he's the one.
Hey, Honorable Gu, how you doing?
Okay, sir.
Great. Listen, I think the last chief of staff, I may be wrong, was Alpha Tukpa, right?
That is correct.
Oh yeah, then the been a couple of years. Wow. Well, Mr. Wisdom is a very competent, very brilliant young man, and I think he brings a lot to the table. I mean, I have not seen anybody very more analytical than he is. I think he brings a lot to the table, and in America, in America we talk about political gravitas. I think he brings a lot of gravitas to the ANC.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great news. Well, while we have you on here, let me ask you. I know your name is Gu. So, crime committed by your cousin or your brother cannot be transferred to you. But do you also hold the opinion that people who are non-lawyers should not opine on legal issues?
So let me say it this way. I think everyone is entitled to an opinion and therefore can, opine on any issue they will want to. But I think the context for which has been misconstrued now was the fact that complex legal matters should be left with lawyers to determine, because the law was just not written so that everybody will be able to interpret it. That's why you have lawyers, and it's a full profession. So I think that was the context for which my cousin may have spoken has been misconstrued.
Okay, Fanta, any question for? Let me go to.
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Counselor, thank you very much for coming on the show. We do appreciate you. You are one of those sound legal minds in Liberia. I just want to pick your brain a little bit. What is your take on this argument after a jury in this economic sabotage case of the former finance minister? What is your take in the argument in which a juror found him not guilty, but now there are some folks that are making this argument that the state can appeal the ruling of the juror? Can you enlighten us on the law? What are the law supports that?
Thank you. I will be specific to this particular question you're asking. The law is such that there are several different exceptions to the rule. So that I will try to bring it home to make sure it is specific, and I will speak just to the point. Because to provide, why latitude of legal opinion and advice like that, perhaps we might not have the time. In the instant case, for those that are acquitted, as far as we know what the law is, they are acquitted for good, because this case was tried on its merits. The state does not have the right. The statute is written and says that when the defendant is found guilty, then the defendant can appeal or file for a motion for new trial. This was a criminal matter and doesn't afford the state the right for an appeal, particularly since it was tried on its merits. There are instances where the state could appeal on motion of acquittal and stuff like that, but in this case, there was a full trial. I'm afraid that they will not be able to try on the same set of facts the two acquitted gentlemen. And that is the law. That is non-debatable. You can debate all you want. The Supreme Court will confirm just as we said.
Thank you, sir.
Any question? Sarah, let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's great to be on. Thank you.
We have our guest. He's here for a few minutes. Mr. Gould is here, Lafayette. Any question?
Well, great to have him on. Great to interact with him. Hopefully, he comes back for more elaborate discussion, politically and legally. But for now, I do not have any questions.
Great. Sarah, any question for Honorable Gould? Okay, she's real quick before you go. I was on one of the pages, and I think the opposition or someone who doesn't like the ANC, they are now trying to basically bring some division between the political leader and everybody else. They are saying here, the question they are asking here is, what has gone wrong between Cummings and our young sister that have been running the show all along? We are talking about Mariah.
So, first of all, let me make it clear, I'm not going to get into, rumors and gossip and all of that. I think, people will deal with their personal life situation. in a much more decent manner and with privacy and respect for the rights of others. So I would not get into those kind of innuendos. But I can say to you that Mr. Comey has not pushed anyone aside. If it becomes necessary for the sake of the mission, then that would be a decision that will be taken. But he has not done that for anyone. And so for a long time, Councillor Yakula has moved on to legal practice, and she's been very active practicing law. And so I think Mr. Cummings, having been without a chief of staff for many years, and Alpha Toba was the last one, thought it was not necessary carrying up for another round of political activities to have his own chief of staff. This has nothing to do with driving anyone away. But by the way, if that becomes a necessary decision, he's firm enough to take any corrective action in the interest of our mission, our country, our mission, and our vision. But that has not been the case. So I would not get into the innuendos.
Well, Chief, thank you very much. I mean, it's a great choice. I have read a lot of stuff about this brother. I have been following him. He's very sharp, and I think he will bring a lot to the table. That says a lot about Mr. Cummings for picking the best and the brightest. I think this is a good move.
Thank you, and for all the kind words. And I hope I can make some time to join you folks to talk much more lengthily again some other time if I get an invite.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what I want. I want him to come on. I feel more comfortable having a face-to-face dialogue. So hopefully you can come on next time, maybe sometime this week or next.
Well, the reason why we call him, well, because we wanted to clarify about this issue, what the comment, and we heard from the chairman of the ANC. He has not been in an official position of the ANC yet. There's no appointment has been made. That's what I want to clarify. That's why we just emailed.
But I can say to you, it's coming soon, though.
Okay. But what we see on social media is not true. It's not confirmed yet.
Well, no, that is a personal. The chief of staff is a personal role to this political leader and senator of our party. So he has not informed me, and he gave me the courtesy and decency of saying that he has narrowed the list, and in fact asked me to also talk with the gentleman and sort of, do my own critique, interview, if you would, for lack of a better phrase. And I got back to him, and then the decision was made, but it was just not made publicly yet or pronounced. So any minute from now, if he did it, it would come from his official page, and of course he would send me a message inbox. That is the decency with which Mr. Cummings works.
Thank you. Wow, excellent. Well, Chief, we look forward to Chief Tomalin George is going to send you the invite. We look forward to spending an hour with you sometime this week or early next week.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Gu. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Guys, I just posted a story in the chat. I don't know whether this was discussed already.
Which one is it?
It's a. I just posted it in the chat.
What's on your mind? Bring it up so we can discuss it.
The headline is fraudulent financial reporting. It says the Liberia GSC audit uncovers massive revenue gaps.
But we discovered that you were part of the.
You were ending when I came in.
That's what it was. But Chief Tomalin, we have to. The reason we're not letting this police brutality, I'll call it brutality, and I'm glad that the police chief was able to apprehend this person that raped this 16-year-old girl in his custody. I'm glad that the police whatever mechanism they have, we have to give kudos to the FG here, the IG. This is great news that if you abuse the power entrusted, you are bound to suffer the consequences of that violation. To have a child in your care as a police officer and sexually molesting her, I think it's as grievous as they can get, Tomalin.
Well, when it comes to the issue about rape and stuff, I like to be very, very careful because, like the last time we had a story about a police officer raping a woman, he is a prisoner I think in Kakata or somewhere. Found out it wasn't true. So again, for the fact that the director of police are taking some action, maybe this one have some, I would say, allegations. Is alleged. So I hope it's not true. Hoping it's not true at all. But if it is found out, established it's true, I think that first of all he should be disrobed, dismissed, and prosecuted to the extent of the law, because there's I will never accept any excuse for anybody. You can be my best friend, whoever you are to me. If I hear that you molested a child, and I'll tell people, whenever you come from prison and I hear that you involved in rape issue and they established, you can be my friend, because it's just unacceptable, to molest a child, especially so when most of the time you have your own kids too, that is this age of the kids, and to leave all the women go behind a child, there's no justification for that. It's unacceptable and should be condemned unreservedly in the strongest term. So we'll follow this case. We're definitely going to pursue it to find out this case. So for now, I think it's alleged that he did it. We leave it as that, as an allegation, but at the same time, we're going to pursue the outcome of this, find out where the start of this case, because it sounds very troubling and concerning about such a case.
Robert, the police, I like what the police department did. They went, not only did they take the complaint, but they have done all the medical record, and according to them, the preliminary medical findings supports her claim that she was sexually she was sexually abused based on the swab analysis and everything else. So they took the next necessary step to arrest the gentleman. And then,
so she was abused, but did that prove who abused her?
Well, she was in his custody, and when she called that she was abused, the police came in and they took her to the hospital, and it turned out that yes, she was sexually abused. So the next thing would be, if you they have to do the how to call it DNA, how to call it.
Yeah, but you see, the reason why I asked that question is the inconsistency of the LNP. That's the reason why I asked the question, because not very long ago, the LNP, because this is the same as rape. When a young lady identified another Liberian, right, who had abused her, they said that they couldn't make arrest because they had no probable cause to arrest. Even though in his comments, he agreed that the young lady was abused, but it didn't prove who abused her. So this is the inconsistency of LNP. You still don't know who abused her. Just because someone is in the care of another person does not prove that they are responsible for the harm on her. And again, I'm playing devil's advocate here, right? Obviously my heart goes out to the young lady, but we have many of these cases that requires consistency. The process and procedures of the LNP as it relates to these cases, I think must be consistent. It's not, it's not consistent. And apparently they thought that, well, this is one of our own, And so we will be as aggressive as we can be, but it still does not negate the fact that you've shown inconsistency over and over and over and again on these cases. And to Tomalin's point, even though we have got to be careful with all of these different stories, I think part of the problem is the inconsistency of LNP and the fact that they've been very selective in deciding on when arrests are made and who is arrested. If this was Brian Miguel, we would have heard many excuses. They would have said, "Well, we need to wait on the DNA results." I mean, this is a perfect example of how selective the LNP has been when it comes the same thing, the same approach of the government when it comes to fighting corruption. When it's one of them, or when it's someone who is relevant, oh no, we need DNA. You know, we need to be very careful how we make these arrests and how these allegations are made. But when it comes to a person who is just a regular guy, now because she was in his care, and it's showing it proves that she was touched. Now he's arrested, but there's nothing that proves that he actually abused her. Nothing. I'm not saying they shouldn't arrest him, but if you're going to arrest him pending a DNA result or DNA testing, then how can anyone logically argue why Brian Miguel was not arrested, even though we have not seen any official DNA result yet? You know, so I mean that's my thought process on that.
Fanta, Sarah, I mean Sarah, you are the nurse here today, International Nurses Day. So let me go to you if you're here. I think Robert has a point. When it's a little guy, the evidence will knock you down. If you are a place of power, they will say we don't have DNA machine in the country, so we can't do anything. And yes, she was abused, but hey, we can't tie this guy, even though they were in the same room and everything. Yes, there were sexual activities, but hey, we cannot pinpoint it because we don't have the DNA to do this. So the inconsistency is what he's talking about here. Let me go to Seaton.
Yes, and I think Rabo is right. The police has to be very consistent in its prosecution of criminal cases. You can investigate criminal cases differently based on the background or the individual that is being accused. So the police, you know, while it is true that they arrested this person, they are trying to prove a point that because it's somebody is of their own. But what happened to the Brian McGill case? There's so many other cases in the country that the police did not handle effectively as the way they handle this new case. But let me just speak to a wider picture on this issue here. Do we have any laws that protect our minors from sexual assault in Liberia? And the reason I ask this question is that because if you remember, per tradition, in our villages, when a girl is 12 years old, she goes to the poorer society. When she comes from the poorer society, then her parents or the traditional people say, now she's a woman, then they give her to some kind of old man to be his wife. We all know the story, right? I think we need to craft a law. We need to craft a law that says that, look, anybody who is below the age of 18 is a minor, and if you have sexual contact with that particular person, you are automatically charged for rape. I don't know whether we have that laws in the country, but that is a law that we need to ensure that our lawmakers pass, because it is disheartening, it is repugnant, it is inhumane for older men to start having sexual intercourse with their own babies. This is shameful. I don't understand. What type of societies are we trying to? What type of society are we trying to develop? If we have all of these older men having all of these little babies, it is a shame. And I don't know whether we even have laws on this. Is not something that's supposed to be debatable. And as long as it is proven that you have had sexual contact with this particular minor, that's rape. You should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And we keep hearing these rape cases coming up, and there's so many different outcomes because there is no consistency in how they are investigated. So it is a shame that Liberia, this day and age, we don't have a system in prosecuting rape cases at a uniformity level. It's a shame.
You're on mute.
Yes, guys. As our policy at 8:30, the line is open if you want to make some contribution. Before I go to Fanta, we got a call here. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Elvani B. Mame, former human rights investigator of the Independent National Commission on Human Rights, and I just wanted to make two corrections. Mr. Seaton, I'm not trying to, say he's not saying the right thing, but in Liberia, the ladies go to the Sunday society, they don't go to the Pearl society. And the second thing is, when it comes to that law you just talked about, yes, there's a law that exists. It's called statutory rape. When a lady is below the age of 18 and you have any intercourse with her, you are violating the law and you're not only abusing her, but her rights are being abused, and it's called statutory rape. And in Liberia, that is a non-billable offense. And if somebody was accused of that particular offense, the person will immediately and automatically be apprehended before the investigation can proceed. Surprising that in Liberia, our government right now, they are doing selective prosecution when it is a government official. They flip the law around, but if it is an ordinary person, they follow the law. And like Garguah was right. What they're doing in Liberia is a travesty of justice, where when a government official is involved in rape allegations, they try to find a way to circumvent the law. But when it is an ordinary person, then they implement the law. And like my sister Fanta said, there are two justice systems in Liberia right now, and it's true. They got selected justice for the rich and justice for the poor, or injustice for the rich and injustice for the poor, or whichever way you want to term it. That is what is happening in Liberia. If you have it, you got justice, but if you don't have it, you don't have justice. And so it's just pathetic. Sorry, but that is what it is right now. Hopefully 2029 can bring about some necessary changes, and we can be able to move on the path of justice, because without justice, there's no peace. And thank you very much.
Just before you leave, you didn't answer the second part of the question. Traditionally, when our daughters, our girls come from the Sandy society at the age of 12, 13, the family marry them off. How do you deal with that as somebody who serves on that committee?
Well, there's customary law, and the people custom cannot be, in the custom, there are some customs that people practice. And so in their custom, there are certain things that are like, if you marry the woman and the family agree that custom is accepted, you cannot say it's a violation. But if in any other place in Monrovia, Monserrato County, there are laws. If the person is married to the man, definitely the family, everybody agree, and it's by law, and because the Constitution backs our custom, you cannot go against it. Other than that, if anybody who is below the age of 18 is having any intercourse with an individual, that particular individual is automatically committing statutory rape. But for the custom, I can't go too much into that, because customs are part of our law, and they got customary laws. And so that's the reason why you find some people getting married at the age of 16 to who their parents gave them to by their customary laws.
Wow. Well, thank you. Fanta, this one, I think just before, I listened to Councillor Bromsky. He spoke on this topic. He says Liberia, the problem is the dual legal system that we have. It is understood that the constitutional law supposed to govern the entire nation, but Liberia has adopted the dual legal system. That he said that when the gentleman from Grand Jide found to have impregnated a girl that was living with him, somebody that he brought from Grand Jide, and the little girl got pregnant, and the law got involved. He took the girl from Monrovia back to Grand Jide into the zoo bush, and the law couldn't reach there because it was customary law he was abiding by. And Brunskin is saying, as long as we have the dual system in Liberia, we definitely may not have justice. Fanta.
Yeah, I think the dual system, the dual judicial system is certainly problematic. But to justify it as to why we continue to see an increase in rape cases, I think is a completely it's not justifiable, right? So yes, we have customary laws, and those laws are very strong, and the people who abide by such customs uphold them, acknowledge them, and what have you. Then you have the Constitution, but then you have the problem of rape. That is a completely different story. That is a violation of someone else's right who did not consent to having intercourse with you, especially a minor. And we probably should not bundle the two. There are two very distinct or distinctive issues that should be addressed distinctively. At some point, perhaps the customary laws and constitutional laws can be reconciled and can find a happy medium or a middle ground. That's perfectly fine. I know even in the great United States or parts of the world, marriage age is like 15 years old. Whether it's right, it's wrong, there's some type of consent there. With rape is a violation of a person who did not consent at all, especially a minor. And until we can put really tough, not just rape laws, but punishments on the book, like capital punishment, castration, until we can publicly start castrating individuals who rape minors, as they do in Florida, as they do in California, as they do in Wisconsin, as they do in, I believe it's Kentucky, 9 states and counting in the United States, because some people often come, oh, human rights. Where's the human right for that child that has been violated? Where is the human right for that boy or that little girl that has been violated? The place we often want to point to say, this is the justification for why we cannot have capital punishment, because they're going to come down on us and preach human rights. They have laws on the book to prevent, to discourage violation of minors. That includes castration. They have surgical castration and other forms of castration for adults who violate children under the age of 18. And it's not just castration, it's castration and jail term. They have taken this crime, this level of violation so seriously that you will be denied your manhood for the rest of your life, and you will rot in prison. Because they've deemed this crime to just be so hideous, only being committed by the depraved in our society. When is Liberia going to understand the level of violation that this crime entails? To not look for another adult, female or male. You will look to a child to rob them of their entire life because they're traumatized for life. Most of them, studies have shown, are incapable of maintaining normal relationships, even as adults, if they don't go through extensive psychological healing. They cannot keep relationships. You wonder, we have all these men and women walking around, they're not married. Has someone ever asked, did they experience childhood trauma? Often childhood trauma that was sexual? Were they sexually violated as a child? I'll tell you this. Psychologists will tell you 9 out of 10 times that adult that's walking around who is unable to keep a relationship was violated sexually as a child and has never had an outlet. We have to understand, this is not a mom married family issue. This is a society issue. Our society is being robbed of functional adults. Because when they were children, they were sexually violated. And no one stood up or spoke out for them. How then do we expect them to be fully functional mentally? They can acquire all the degrees. They can line up the PhDs, 5 PhDs, 10 PhDs. They're still mentally deprived. They're still very much traumatized.
Let me go to...
castration needs to happen.
We have castration here in the state of Florida. Let me go to Tomalin.
Yeah.
I'm conflicted here, and I'm listening to Fanta, especially the dual system that we have. When we agree that the age of consent is 18, then we are having our traditional people marry their children or at 12, 13, whatever the age is. If a minor cannot consent, how could our parents give our mothers away under traditional law? Aren't these people rapists and they're trying to hide under their tradition and custom thing?
But Mr. Gayman, let me clarify first. Is there any law in America that says that rape, you are castrated if you are found guilty?
Yes.
Like, I want to know that law because
in the state of Florida, we have it as one of the legal processes for habitual offender. Yes, Florida.
No, but give me please find a law and share it because
I will share with you because I have it. They're in my state.
Because there's no law in America that says they castrate people here.
I will give you my state.
No, don't say definitively. There are laws.
There are laws. What are you talking about?
No, but just because you're not aware of it, just say it.
I'm getting information that there's no law that says that.
9 states. 9 states.
There are many states.
Many states. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8.
You please share in the chat room, please. I beg you guys.
Happily will do. Read my article. My article on rape. It includes those states. I list them there.
So the issue is that I would say we all condemn rape in any form and shape, especially, but yet and still in Liberia, what needs to be established, the government got to come up clear to tell because there are a lot of misinformation about the age of consent in Liberia. Some people tell you say about time the age of consent was 16. What some people say 12. All these things, so they can't be clear. What's the age of consent? Because people, I mean, the problem I got with people, most of our people in America, you can't mess around a child under 18 yet. But then you go Liberia and then if you are caught in that stuff, like this guy. The guy who is, I think he's in jail now. I hope he's in jail still. Tobias Bowen. He was caught there. I think he went somewhere and they caught in Liberia for raping, for engaging in rape. He was holding a position in Liberia, but today I think he should be in jail by now. I think so. That issue should be condemned unreservedly, right? At the same time, too, the issue about our people giving the young girl when they, because I was told that in Liberia what they should do when the child is in the mother's womb still, they will bring the person will come and say, oh, I'm paying for this child. The child, that girl is for me. She's for me, you know. And wow, it just seems like giving me the thing.
I just sent it to you.
It
said they got 9 states.
But one Fata Kamara says that nobody believes him. Thank you, Mr. Gayman, for saying it.
We didn't post it, but we did now.
But I mean,
you're all learning here.
Yeah, if you're not aware, you're not aware.
Yeah, we didn't post it. We didn't post it then, but we just did. So
yeah, but so let me end on this. But on a serious note, right? Rape should be condemned in all form and shape. At the same time, too, in Liberia, I don't know, the government should come clear with the age of consent. I repeat, and these are questions they need to come clear with it. What is the age of consent? Because people keep on giving misinformation about it, and they only interpret it when it suits them. Yeah, you want to justify sleeping with a girl who can be your daughter, you know, your daughter, and who is, you know, you can't in America, you can't mess with somebody that's under 18, but you will try to do it still. And in Liberia, that's wrong though, and that should be condemned. But I believe that should be harsher punishment for those who are found guilty of rape. I think they should not. They should. I mean, I don't know what castration. I mean, I would not go for that, but they can put them in jail for a long time. Yeah, you know, you can. I mean, there's the person they could change their behavior, but to take the man who away from him, come on, man. I mean, I know it's wrong to rape is wrong, but come on, man. You know, you kill the person right away. I mean, the person should go to jail for a long time, but I don't think if I was voting about it in the Senate or in the House, I would not vote for castration. I mean, you can go to jail for a long time, but and it's a hell of a stuff to do. But I mean, I don't know what people even thinking about. I mean, who would still do this kind of stuff to go and sleep with somebody on a 16-year-old or 18-year-old? I mean, why? Especially grown-ass people, you know, doing this stuff. And the same thing with women too. They got women too who are also messing with young boys too that are on age too.
Oh,
so,
come on.
Oh yes.
Hey, Robert.
So there's some kids are so they big for their age. So some women see them, they will go after the little boys too. Come on, don't. I mean, Robert won't disagree with me, but it happens where women messing with young boy who's 17, 16.
Can I ask you a question?
Nah,
did you ever have Garguah in Liberia, Tomalin?
Huh?
Did you ever have Garguah in Liberia?
Garguah? Come on, Garguah.
Robert got quite charming, man. The man don't want to admit. You don't want to admit.
Listen, I think that you know, the country is just on serious. We don't know what's good for us, man. You know, and sometimes it becomes very frustrating because you know the conversation is so serious, Mr. Gayman, right? But the other day we were talking about having those who are key decision makers, right, deciding on key issues, right, like war crimes court, or economic crimes court, when these very issues affect them more so than anyone else in the country. But you give them the responsibility to decide on these very key issues. And then they have the power to decide whether or not we move forward with this issue or we just shove it. Case in point, when the recommendations were made, the TRC recommendations, Ellen said, to hell with you. Oh, you want to end my political career after all that I've done? And you want to end my political career? When in fact, there are plans to, run for a second term? Just put this on the shelf. Listen, we are either against rape in Liberia or we are for rape. There is no perimeter. We're either for rape in Liberia. That means in our country it's a norm. It's a norm. And those who just don't respect it, people like myself, we don't we just act like we don't see what's happening. Or we take the right of mob justice. We see you rape somebody or you rape my daughter. I'm not gonna waste my time calling the police. I will kill your AA. I will kill you. And I just kill you, throw your body in some water, and just keep it moving. Right? Because the rape law in Liberia is clear. That statutory rape is sexual intercourse with a girl or young woman under the age of 18. Well, tell me now, Mr. Gayman. All the representatives there, not all of them, though, because there are some really decent men and women in that house. And I don't think it's fair to them. But most of the decision makers, most of those we call big shots, how many of them are sleeping with girls under the age of 18? How many of them?
Well, not to cut you off, but the former gender minister, Honorable Julia Duncan Casa, is watching. She said there are laws on the books. It's all about implementation of the law. Just like you said, the law is only on the book.
But in Liberia, we don't have issue with laws. Matter of fact, we don't even have issues with vision, because I've listened to politicians articulate what the issues are. Plenty of politicians have articulated what the issues are, but they've not implemented what's on the books to resolve these issues when given the opportunity. So we don't have issue. I'm not debating whether or not they're laws on the book. In fact, I just stated the Liberia rape law. The problem is we are so polarized. We politicize every single thing. People do not have an appreciation for the rule of law or their own profession. There are already sick men and women in high places in that country, and we don't get it. They have no morals. Listen, we have to decide. We have to decide. We can have one set of laws in the remote part of the country, the interior, we call it traditional laws, right? And then in Monrovia, we have different sets of constitutional laws. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. The constitutional laws in Liberia should govern the entire country, not just a particular city. So if the rape law says if you sleep with a young woman under the age of 18, you have committed statutory rape, that should be across the belt width of our country. Simple. What is so difficult? We make everything complicated. And we're making these things complicated so that we're able to maneuver. We're able to beat the system. There is nothing traditional about a man who is very poor. In many cases, this is happening in today. There are very poor parents who are giving their young daughters away to very rich folks. This is not under the disguise of traditions. It's poverty. And then there are some people who just believe in the whole traditional thing. If you are 40-year-old and someone gave you a 10-year-old woman that said that your wife, when she becomes 12-year-old, you groom her, you should be locked up. Your butt should be locked up. So, Mr. Gayman, I know what's been talking about castration, and you don't want people to you want people to go to jail. If you want someone to go to jail for 20 years or 35 years, why not just cut the damn thing? I mean, 30 years, your life is you're gone. Listen, if I was president of Liberia, because I'm so serious about this issue, we have a lot of mental issue in that country, man. People don't understand how damaged We are from this war. And all of our governments have done absolutely nothing to address this. There are some serious psychological issues. Listen, people are so damaged, and I'm not talking about the Zogos in the street. I think some of those boys in the street, they're suffering from drug issues. The people that are more damaged in Liberia are people who are wearing close suit and ties. There are people who live in better homes. They're driving BMW and Mercedes Benz at the detriment of the poor people, at the detriment of these young boys that they call Zogo. Those guys are not the guys with the bulk of the issues. Our leaders are. We have elected some really sick minds in our country. We don't even know it. We don't even know it. And we wonder why nothing gets done. Rape is rape. Whether it happens in Morovia or whether it happens in Trade Town, where my dad's from. What is happening in Nima or in Lofa or wherever, rape is rape. There should be a law that governs us across the country. But people are committing serious statutory rape. They are raping young, they are preying on young girls. And we call it tradition. What kind of nonsense tradition is that? What kind of nonsense is that? There are bad traditions and there are good traditions. And the bad tradition, we have to cut them out. We have to speak out on them. There is nothing good about arranged marriage with a girl. If you talk about consent, how old is a 14-year-old girl? How sure are you that this girl loved this person? How sure are you that this is the person that she's attracted to? How sure are you that this is who she's going to marry to if she were to make that decision herself? How? So listen, man, I would go as far as saying rape should actually be a capital offense. To be honest with you, this is how serious we're going to get. But if we cannot enforce the laws on the books right now with regard to rape and this whole thing, how can we enforce this whole thing about being serious about capital murder? We have a lot of laws on the books. The rape law is as explicit as it gets. If you sleep with someone under 18, you've committed statutory rape. But before we even get there, how many of our hotels, how many of our bars are deemed customers that they serve alcohol to? How is that being enforced? Do you know how many young girls under the age 14, 15 that are purchasing alcohol and getting drunk and being abused? Mm-hmm. Do you know these men are purchasing alcohol for these young girls? Mm-hmm. These kids? But we don't care. I've seen young girls at Royal and other places. People come in and bring drinks. They don't care to ID anyone, and it blows my mind. Mm-hmm. And we talk about how we're going to grow our tourism. Listen, we have a lot of work to do, my God. We have a lot of work to do, my God. I'm telling you, we are in serious trouble in that country.
Fanta, those of us who say Liberia needs to be serious, we either have one law that governs everybody. Until we can do that, mm-hmm. we're wasting our time, because some guy in Grand Bassa County, some village, will take a little girl and say, well, the parents agree, we agree, it was arranged, so that's consent. That is not. Mm-hmm. We have to say, you know what, if we are one nation under God, like we always say, then we have to have one law. Look, this lawmaker did this to a girl and had the audacity to run. Thank God the people of Nigeria never re-elected him since that stuff happened. But to have him do this to somebody who brought a child to you, say, you know what, please, like my parents did, like our poor people parents do, let my child stay with you, just give them some education, let them go to school. Mm-hmm. And then they bring the child to you, and then you abuse the child. Then when the law comes after you, you go across state line. I will call it state line. You go to Grand Nigeria in the bush and say, we are the Zoe people here. They stay can't come here. And they are hiding under this dual legal system. It's killing our people. And it's women. They're not that women they are targeting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the you just said like a lot there, but very important, right? The targeting of women, and I do agree with what Robert is saying. I do agree with what you're saying. I do think the selective or sort of carousel of laws or traditions you can pick from when it comes to this issue of statutory rape is just too vast. There's just too many. It's like a buffet, right? At any point in time, like a family can pull out like their justified card to say is based on this tradition that we're giving consent for our minor child to be married to a person that is 50 times like her age. It is ridiculous. It is absolutely wrong. So we do need to be very streamlined and establish one law when it comes to statutory rape. And the constitutional law should supersede. That's the thing. In terms of applicability, in terms of execution, the constitutional law should supersede any traditional law when it comes to that particular component. And I want to say something like to one of the commenter. I think his name is Ricky Young. Guys, when you make these reckless comments like, oh, the Quran allows molestation, you're an idiot. It is foolish of you. It is not only irresponsible, it is foolish of you. And I'm going to call you out. I'm not here for it. Nobody's here for it. Go educate yourself. You're foolish to even make that comment. And shame on you for that. Shame on you. It just show your hatred. We're trying to actually have a discourse here about an issue that is plaguing our nation. And you just had to take a slide. You had to take a religious light. Shame on you. Ricky Young, shame on you for that. Absolutely. You know, this target with women, it is unfortunately, it is so sad, but it is enabled by other women. It is empowered by other women. From pushing lesser clothes for us to wear, to telling us that we're not beautiful enough. We need to do alterations to our bodies. The level of insecurities you have put upon women, it is immense. We probably, if we start talking about it today, we would not finish this conversation. I really want to applaud I really want to encourage and employ all the fathers out there to have some real conversations with your daughters. Have some real conversation with your daughters. Because these quote unquote modern ways of making us wear less clothes is like setting us up, right? And then sending us into the dungeon. Whether it's the catcalling or the touching inappropriately, you set us up. And women need to pay attention to that. I don't have to dress skimpier to show my beauty. In fact, you're more beautiful when you're covered.
Yeah, but Fanta,
understand that.
But Fanta, what's about the children? I mean,
yeah,
the violence.
I was talking about women being targeted. That's for that comment. When it comes to children, it's off limits. There is no ifs, ands, buts about it. There's no justification. There is nothing about it. You know, the comment that Tomalin made that put them in prison, our prison systems are overrun. Our prison systems are overfilled. In fact, so much so that presidents every single year pardon prisoners. Do you know which prisoners they pardon first? The rape prisoners. The people who are in prison for rape. They're the ones that our presidents pardon when they go to pardon due to the overfilling of the prisons. So how serious are we about rape? When the first people, when you say, oh, let's put them in jail. Our laws are very strong. Let's put them in jail. We put them in jail only for you to pardon them like months later. How serious are you about rape? Well, even Ellen, and when I talk about women, Ellen did this. I was so disturbed when I heard from an older woman who's been an advocate, a children advocate all her life. She said, Fanta, we work tirelessly. There was a case in one of the interiors. The man raped a little girl. We got on that case to put our man in jail. The first chance that Ellen got to pardon prisoners. This is a woman. When I say women are part of the problem, she had the highest power in the land and could have set the tone. But you know what she did? She pardoned that man. Anyone who says I'm lying, please come on. I dare you. She pardoned him. When you do that as a female with all that power, what does that say to the male perpetrators? What does that say to them? I didn't believe her when this person was telling me. I was like, no way. She said, I can tell you more. So the tone has been set in our country until look, every international report deemed rape the most violent crime in Liberia. Not murder, not stealing, not burglary, not assault, rape. And you know against who? Against children. So until we get to that point of castration, where you will lose your manhood instantly when you touch a child, I think we're going to see a level of discouragement in that pursuit that we have not seen before.
So Fanta, what's your woman? If we're going to castrate a man, what happens to a woman?
Castrate, castrate them as well.
Well, they got chemical castration, right?
Yes, there is a law in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Nigeria actually has castration laws. Nigeria, in fact, they one of the first ladies, when they passed that law, she was the one who went to the media to say, and they asked her like the question, oh, you guys are passing this for men, that's good. What about women? She said, they're going to be castrated too. There's something called castration. Women can be castrated. Absolutely. Yeah. No discrimination. You violate a child, you will be castrated. And there are a lot of women in our society who do violate little boys and little girls.
Well,
women.
Yeah, but I understand what we are talking about. I don't want any man to leave from here buoyant or emboldened to say women do it too. No. When you look at the stats, the number for the women it will be like 0.000, and for the men it will be like 1,000%. So don't come out here and say, "Oh yeah, women can do it." The chances of a woman raping a child is almost zero. So if you go out there and offending women, you know that there are two ways of raping the women in Liberia. One in particular. The forcible rape, we understand that. But the guys who are using their power, cash violence, positional violence, we saw where whether it's true or not, it was alleged that a young lady had gone to the interior minister's house or office to look for a job. She applied for a job. And she recorded him taking her pants and orders. It is alleged. But these people, there are more of these folks. You saw, I think, on Spoon TV that one of the panelists had a side chicks in Liberia, bought her Mercedes Benz, whatever car he bought for her, came back to the country, saw the young lady and her boyfriend riding in his car, got upset and beat her in the streets. These are the people that are more dangerous. These guys is like the white-collar criminals, right? They are more dangerous than the guy with a gun that goes into the bank, because very seldom you see people go into the bank to rob people, but these guys are robbing us of $1 billion daily. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm not condoning the beat down of anyone. I'm just saying, why are you riding in the car somebody bought you for another man? The reason why the man bought you the car for?
Oh, but listen, you bought me the car because you loved me. You didn't buy me the car and say.
But you can't be riding another man in a car or something.
You shouldn't buy her a car. You marry, stick with your wife. You shouldn't buy her a car anyway.
Yeah, then stick with. Don't marry. Don't mess with a married man. I mean, if you're taking the material, then you should have some level of respect. You You can go post it on a man in the car. The man see you driving around in the car. The man want driving car. You can buy your own car. So you can
Listen,
drive around that.
I told the same thing to my countryman, Sam Jackson. Sam Jackson, the iron tete business you're behind, it will kill you in this country. You 70 years old, the girl 29 or 31. Why you think she wants you? At that age, at 6 o'clock, you now fall asleep, the girl just get ready to go to the club. Then you say it's jealousy, gets involved. At that age, you still jealous? You didn't know it was happening. You think a 29-year, 31-year-old girl or woman is going to put her life on hold for your old ass, 70-year-old, to go to bed 6 o'clock?
Yeah, well, it's happening. It's happening in this country too. There's a lot of
But this is the complaint that men have, and I keep telling the guys, from time immemorial, women are smarter than you. Young girls will want you old men because they are not afraid. They know you are a paper tiger. You can't do nothing to them. So why you think they, look, I keep saying the same story. My nephew and I went to the Boulevard Hotel, and then we went to the club, they take me around, and these guys are looking young and strong, energetic, and these girls are winking at me.
yeah, to see it. That's because you see the money.
So I
So
went
you,
home. I told my sister-in-law, I said, these girls say I'm stupid. They say, yeah. She said, but you don't know. She said, I said, why did I go after my nephew, all these strong, beautiful, young-looking men? She said, your nephew, he got no job, he got no money.
yeah,
He
exactly.
want to sleep with her. Then the next day, I said, you got anything to eat?
Exactly.
She
So
said,
they're not trying to do that.
no. She said, they're looking for the easiest target, and you seem
Yeah.
to be that easy target.
They're not
So
trying to do that. I mean, we gotta put our young people to work. That's the bottom line.
yes, that's what we have.
We gotta put our young people to work. They're and sometimes there's no excuse for this. But poverty will make you do things that you would normally not do, and
Including
it
our
goes
boys.
yeah,
Yes.
exactly. It goes both ways. Poverty will make you do. I think young men are being abused. But like we're doing Liberia, they're not complaining about it because these women are taking care of them. And sometimes we see that as we think there's this positive connotation to it, where you are dating an older woman, but that could be considered abuse. That could be considered rape. Rape is not always of non consensual. And so poverty. We need to put our young women, our young men to work. How many of these folks are graduating from the University of Liberia, Cottonton University, and all of the other colleges in our country? But they're doing nothing with their degrees. They're just there. Many of them are becoming entrepreneurs, but they can barely get the loans that they need to get started with. And so, in most cases, you find them going to date someone who is established, more than likely someone who is a government official, not knowing that this government official himself was poor until his party got elected, and more than likely will return to poverty because now all he's doing is spending money that he didn't work for, and when his party leaves power, he's gonna get back to being poor, and then she's gonna go and find the next minister. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of the nonsense going on. So we need to put our young people to work. We need to invest in the private sector. We need to make the private sector competitive, so that these young men and women can go and apply for jobs, go through interview processes, prep themselves, and take home honest earning. That's what we need to do. If we don't do that, we continue to have these very weak and sick men taking advantage of young women, preying on young women, and because the laws are not being implemented fully across the board, there will always be people who will use their position, their status, and their money to influence the system. And that's just the reality.
Wow. I was just looking at the stats here. We were right when we say the rape, the percentages of rape, women having sexual relationship with younger men is 91% men. I was just saying that I do it. 91% men, 9% women, the other way around. So yes, this is what we're doing. And I also wanted to push back on something Fanta said when she said the women are dressed scantily. Fanta, it doesn't matter how you dress. Nobody has any right to violate you. You can wear your swimsuit, you can wear your bikinis, and you can walk the street. Nobody should have the right to put their hands on you. Nobody should have the right to do anything. So anybody who says the women are... So Fanta, I think you need to come and clarify this, because those young men that addressed that woman that took off her clothes, they were claiming that because she was dressed less. I don't want people leaving here believing that you support them because they said the women dressed less, so they had the right to do what they did. That shouldn't be. The woman can even walk around naked. The only thing the police can do is arrest her for indecent exposure. That's a crime. But nobody, individual, have the right to put a hand on any woman because she dressed scantily. Tomalin, this one here, I got to push back on it, because we should not give any man, any child, any boy the idea that when a woman is dressed in her bikini and walking around, you go and attack her because it is indecent. That's not how we want to live in our society. Your take?
Well, first of all, again, I condemn what happened to that lady the other day, and I want to thank the officer who rescued her. I think even though he was doing his job, but I think the intervention was timely. And like you said, if you expose your entire body, like people is seeing your private part or something like that nature, then that's why, yeah, it's an issue to take up for indecent exposure. Yeah, but even if
the police, not regular person can't go. I mean, it has to be, that's against the law. So nobody can come and say, well, you expose yourself, so I'm coming. You can't do that.
Yeah, so it's wrong. So what I mean, I don't understand. People need to understand that. I mean, in America, right now it's getting to be summertime. You go, you see the people walking. You wonder, you see the people that have naked.
Come to my property right now. Go to the lobby.
Okay. You see, but in Georgia, but you gotta be careful because in Georgia.
I'm not talking about that. We're not talking about.
Come to Miami. Come to Miami.
For Georgia, if you're not careful, you'll be hugging and kissing a man easily.
Yeah, but
I mean, let's be frank.
That's the point I didn't want him to say.
Yeah, but
we gotta say that, Robert.
You will continue, but it's not just happening in Georgia. I was in Florida. I went to.
Oh no, I know you guys. Listen,
Miami.
You are the gay capital of the world. Don't say that, America, man.
Come on, man. Atlanta is international. You have an international.
No, Atlanta is the gay capital. Don't go there. We know.
But I say that, Tomalin. You continue. I say that to say, I was having this conversation with my staff about. I remember one of my staff had called me and said, I think that we have a prostitute at the bar.
Look at
and I said, come to my office. So she came to my office and I said, now how do you prove that someone is a prostitute? She said, well, it just seemed like when these like rich men are in town, this is when she comes. I said, okay, so she's a repeated guest. She said, yeah. I said, okay, does she pay repeated guest? I said, okay, because you've seen her before, right? So she said, yeah. So I said, okay, does she pay for what she for the service provided? She said, yeah, she paid for her drink. I said, okay, go back out there and continue to serve her, because here's what I don't want. I do not know how to answer any claim that we can prove. And the only reason why she thought that this person was a prostitute was simply based on the outfit, because she thought that the outfit was very provoking, and how she interacted with the males guests. A lot of these guys are married men. They make a lot of money, and they come to the city. They come for meetings, and after meetings, they congregate at the bar. Now we know what happens, right? But my thing is, unless a guest is complaining about someone intruding, or making them feel uncomfortable, there's no way we can. It's a grown man. Even if they were doing something in a room, if that guest isn't complaining, I don't care. Don't bring it to my attention. So you can see someone walking. You have lawyers, you have doctors that are on conferences. They're dressing however they want to dress after that meetings. They're comfortable, right? And so you see somebody in relay or in single, and they're walking, and you come to them with that nonsense. I told you the last time somebody will get shot. I will easily shoot somebody.
I want to, but I agree with Robert. Robert, what he did to your offer, I think is good, because I'll be honest with you, right? Look, if you follow the Epstein file, you know that when it comes to woman business, there's no bisha in that one. To tell you the truth, because like you said, maybe one of the guys attending some conference told somebody, said, meet me at that hotel. Then the person kind of the person that positive. How do you know?
Exactly.
You accuse a person that way. I learned the word I learned tonight. Repeat that guess. I learned the word tonight. Repeat that guess.
Tomalin, Mr. Jane Brown said something about people arresting folks. In the state of Florida, we have something similar all over the country that they call citizens arrest. The reason why they discourage people from doing citizens arrest is because the average person they can't quote the law. They don't even know which law they are enforcing and for what. Okay, so for instance, in Florida or anywhere else, if somebody is killing somebody and you get involved, okay, that is obvious. But for you to say, listen, the way Tomalin dressed today, I don't like it, and I'm going to do citizens arrest. You don't know, those guys that were undressing that woman, they don't even know what citizens arrest is. Mr. Brown knows, he knows the statute. Those guys that I saw over there, they don't know what they were doing. And like Jen is saying here, if that was at night, if that incident was at night, they would have done even worse to that girl. They would have raped that woman. Because they have determined that their culture had given them the right to take advantage of her. And that's wrong. That's wrong. Nobody gave you the right. Citizens arrest is totally different from abuse, from rape, from touching. You can't do that. So, guys, Thursday.
But Mr. Gayman, I want for you to clarify something. Okay. They said that somebody told me this, different from surgical castration, right? Which is extremely rare and generally not used as a criminal sentence in the USA. Right. And it says states that have laws related to chemical castration include. So castration talking about is chemical castration.
Yes. Yeah,
California, one of the first states to authorize it for repeat child molesters. And you got Florida, Louisiana, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Montana, Oregon. There's chemical castration. So the other surgical castration is different from chemical castration.
Yeah, in some state they give you have like execution, right? They give you a choice. Some people don't want to do the execution by injection. Believe it or not, there are some people that have chosen a firing squad over the injection.
No, but castration they do chemical. It's not like
yes, but like some state you have a choice. They can give you a choice. You know, you can do the chemical castration, or you can have the surgical. Either one, your choice. But either way, you're gonna be castrated. You are going to be castrated. They're going to do it because you are. We just heard about repeat a repeat customer, right? If you are a repeat offender, we talk about you. We can't just trust you around women, period. Something is wrong with you logically, that your issue has to be chemically off balance, that when you see women, the first thing that comes to your mind is rape. So then they have to remedy that by doing chemical or whatever castration they have, just like they do the pigs. They castrate you. So guys, it's not tomorrow. We want to say that we have a guest tomorrow, Mr. Well, go ahead, Tomalin, our guest tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow we have
Wait, Tomalin, like, were you saying that the states didn't do castration?
No.
They get two kind of castration: surgical and chemical.
Yeah, right. we went over that. Yeah, but go ahead, Tomalin.
Okay, so tomorrow we have tomorrow. Let me get it. Okay, tomorrow we have as guest. Okay, he's as an attorney, a counselor, Daryl Ambrose Man Sr., former Director of Public Information and Strategic Planning, Judiciary Branch of Liberia. He's also former Director General of the Liberian Broadcasting System. He'll be talking about the economic sabotage case verdict, and you'll be answering the question, can Liberians trust the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court, to deliver impartial justice without bias or external influence? He's someone who worked with the Supreme Court for many years. So he comes to this to the platform tomorrow with lots of understanding. So let us do our homework and engage in tomorrow to talk about the issues in the country, about especially our judiciary system, because there's argument going around about whether the government can send the Supreme Court, can retry to all this stuff. And it's one thing about Liberians, we could to give ourselves titles that we don't deserve. We want to interpret the law differently now when it suit us.
Yeah.
And that's the problem I got with them. And hopefully tomorrow we have a very good discussion with it, and we'll make some progress. Mr. Gayman, what happened with the former superintendent?
Tomorrow, Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, Thursday. So Thursday, she's on. Actually, she's listening to us. She's watching. She just sent me a comment. Thursday, Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell is going to be here, and we're going to be discussing some issues, especially some of the things that are happening in Grand Bassa County, and then generally what's happened in the country when it comes to the gender issue. We're going to discuss it because she was gender minister. We're going to be talking about things in Bassa because she was superintendent there. So we're going to be engaging, having a lot of clarity on some of the issues, especially the women's issue. Like she just texted to us here. All of the rules and laws pertaining to rape are on the books already, but we have problem with implementation in the country. So we will delve into that, yeah. But Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell is going to be our guest on Thursday. So we'll be here, yeah. But tomorrow we're going to have a legal mind that will be here to talk about the issues. And the breaking news today, the ANC have made a move. So we'll see.
No, but ANC, the chairman clarified. The man said it's nothing official. So he said, they clarified,
Okay.
But while we're talking about that, let me say this, right? I want to say that, look, no matter what anybody says, I respect Madam Yekula. I respect her. I admire her. She's a progressive young lady. So whatever people are saying about her, I condemn it. I frown on it. And I want to say publicly that she has my full support and respect. I admire her tenacity, her as an activist, a young lady who defied a lot of she broke a lot of ceilings to be where she is today. She's a fighter, progressive person who is there to always turn up for herself and for others. And she has my full support, full confidence. And I condemn anybody who tried to tear her down or destroy her. I think they're wasting their time. She's strong. She's not going to be bothered by that. I talked to her today, and I can show you that Mariah is still Mariah. She will keep on doing what she's she made to do. She will still advocate for people. She will still hold people accountable, and she will still walk in court and defend her client. And as she one of these rising legal minds in the country, especially a female too, I respect her and I hold in high esteem. Mariah, you have my full support. You have my full confidence and loyalty, and I will always stand with you and by you. So rest assured, you still you're somebody who I come to admire and respect. So I want to say publicly that I have full confidence and respect for her.
Well, for those of us who know this woman, we know how brilliant she is. Like I said, for the ANC, it's a win-win that they have all these brilliant young minds. She has always been available when we needed her. She would come. She was on here till 3 o'clock one morning in Liberia. We would see she was tired, but she made herself available. And to those misogynists out there who just can't stand strong women, get ready. Because remember now, our population, there are more women. And as the women are getting educated, everything they do it at the zenith. They are the best. Everything they do. You put them in math class, you just, the Liberia method, tie your belt. This is why men have all society, Islam, Christianity, all the poorer society, all the societies in the world, they just don't want women to advance. So what they would do, they will come up with some twisted law that God said this and God said that, because they just don't want these women to rise. And where they rise, they want to tell them that it ain't going to happen here. These women are brilliant, they are strong, and they belong. Whether you like it or not, it's your business. But they will stand up and they will do what they're supposed to do. And they are doing it, man. The girls are doing it.
Mr. Gayman, I wanted to address that comment about citizen public arrest. That's James Brown is talking nonsense.
Come on, man. Come on, Jim Brown doing a moonwalk.
He's talking nonsense, and I think he shouldn't be allowed to get away with nonsense yet. We're not idiots. Don't come here and BS us with that nonsense. The penal law talks about a citizen making public arrest. What do you know? What do you understand? What are you arresting for? What constitutional right as a citizen do you have to arrest anyone because you feel as though that they have violated some decency law? Who makes that determination? And so for you to come here and talk about the public do have the right to arrest, so because I don't like your haircut and I think you shouldn't be bald, I should just arrest you in the street because you're wearing shoes, and I don't like the fact that you're walking with shoes in front of my yard and my kids. Let's stop this nonsense, man. That's not what they're talking about.
Come here with your mohawk.
Stop that nonsense. So let's not dignify that kind of nonsense here, man.
Well,
Fanta, it's good to see you back.
Thank you, Robert.
It's good to see you back. Good to see you back on. Good to see you back.
You didn't address the Mariah thing.
No, I won't address it.
Oh, you see, Afanda, you see, we are talking about one of our female generals is under attack, and now all of a sudden he got no comment.
No, I won't address it because I think I like Mr. What's his name? Lafayette Good. I think I like his response. She's on the attack. Again, I think I think at the end of the day, I think my sis is good. I haven't spoken to her. I will reach out, but I think she's good. The attacks are coming from, of course, people who don't like her politically, right? That's all the attacks is coming from. They're trying to find anything to belittle anyone who, speaks up against them. And all she's done is speak to the issues. That's it. You know. And so if whatever she's going through does not concern anyone, I mean, it isn't. It's difficult when you're in the public eye and things happen, but I mean, it's more of a personal issue, Mr. Gayman. So why should we even be discussing personal issue? I mean, it's a personal issue, and other than the propaganda that I've seen, that there's no facts. No one know any fact about anything but her. Only her can confirm or deny what is Roman. I mean, so why should we even discuss that? It's a waste of time. I think we are adults, and people will handle their personal matter the way they should handle their personal matter. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think for me it is important that she hear from us. That I think
And
you
I
are
don't
right.
even know. I don't even know what they're talking about. That's the part. I don't know
Okay,
what they're
okay.
talking
So
about.
we're taking once you don't know, that's fine. But I think Lafayette Good did it right when he said that position calls for a full-time person to be in that office because the job is demanding. If you have your full legal practice, it would be almost impossible to be at the office 24/7 when you have your legal practice. You got to go to court. You got all of this. So, on that, I think that's a great thing. But hopefully, a good manager will have called in everybody to say, listen, these are Robert's strength. This is Robert's weakness. This is Fanta's strength. This is Fanta's weakness or weaknesses. And at this moment in time, we need Tomalin because Tomalin is available 24/7 to put in the time this job demands. If they did that, then it is cool. As long as she didn't hear it, okay, through the grapevines. And I was a little concerned too that he said, as of now, uh, it's
But
not
she's not. But she hasn't been in that position since
Exactly. So I don't know what.
since
Yeah,
since
and that
uh
was like
since uh I've took over. She's been she's been a
to get
personal
practicing her law, doing her
family
own work, and she's
to the family, and she's not since officially when Ava Toba took over from her. She's not been in that position. So how can anyone make up a story that make it about her? She's just a diehard Cummins supporter and a member, an integral member of ANC. So I'm not sure what this is coming from. That's what I'm saying. So even if they were appointing someone else, how does that affect Mariah? How is that her business? I mean, it's nonsense. This is what these guys do. They want to. I think this is a distraction, and I think there are more important things to talk about. But James, thank God I know nothing. Thank God I know nothing. But again, you keep you're petting this whole thing about. Look at the nonsense you're talking about. I'm comparing haircut to a woman showing herself in public. Do you know how foolish you sound? Do you know how foolish?
my man. I think I made a guy me. Yeah.
Talking about to a woman showing herself in public. Who the heck are you to determine how a woman shows herself in public? Who are you? I will shoot your ass if you bring that nonsense to any of our family members. You talking that nonsense you're doing? I come in like, bro, you can't tell me my woman showing herself in public. I will shoot your butt. You do nothing about it. You do nothing about the woman showing herself in public. Showing herself in public. Are you supposed to tell someone how to show themselves in public? How are you showing yourself in public? Huh?
listen. Listen. All we have to do is talk to our girls how to protect yourself, how to dress publicly, these are family values. You tell your children how to behave in public. All of these things are things that we all have Every family.
But it's not a crime for a woman to wear short skirt.
No, but something you're not understanding, Robert, right? Like something you're not, and you probably do understand. But here is my take to it. I just want to first and foremost establish that no person should be attacked for what they look like, what they wear, what they don't wear. If you care so much about what they wear, what they don't wear, you can go and have a conversation. Hey, sister, like I beg you, like what have you. If the situation calls for it, perhaps there are young children around, perhaps for whatever reason that may be offensive, you can approach that situation. Sometimes you have like how do you call it? Hobo Josnin, right? Coming from their affairs early in the morning, children and going to school, or like you have a bunch of children like around. If you want to say something like to her, like to cover, perhaps like that night, like the outfit for that night was like a bikini. That's not cool to have your children there, and she's coming back from her work, no judgment, right? And you can say, Ma, I beg you, please tie the lapa. And that one lapa here for you. Please tie, I beg you, just for the children's sake. There's a way to have that conversation. I also do believe, so I just first and foremost want to say that I do not condone any attack of any person, man, woman, child, tree, whatever. There's also something we have to be cognizant of as women to understand that, you know, nowadays, and sometimes we don't connect the dots. Nowadays, when you look at the advertisements, every single thing they need to sell is a woman, is next to a woman in bikini. It psychologically does something to a young woman. To say that, hey, if I want to buy a car, I have to buy the car, like I have to look like her to be able to sit in that car. If I want to get a job, I have to wear this much makeup to be able to get that job. If I want to buy even a rice cooker, it's a woman in bikini advertising it. It tells you that the system is targeting women in a sexually degradation manner or degradative manner, right? To where if she's not in a bikini, trying for you to sell a kum, that kum can sell. What is that? The message that sends to a young woman, does anyone ever considers that? The people in the marketing office, most of these products are designed by men. The biggest fashion houses are owned by men. And what you're seeing is that they're creating skimpier and skimpier fashions and making it look trendy, modern, right? Feminist.
So what you say about those that involve in cheerleading? Because the cheerleaders, I mean, so for me, I think it's
that's a good question, but let me finish, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So let me finish. For this particular situation, this wasn't like a teenage girl, right? Innocent, not even thinking about it, doesn't even care, whatever. It looks cute. I don't know what her age was. I don't know if she was mid-30s, mid-40s. Her outfit was inappropriate. Your body, you should know your body shape to dress your body as a woman. Every woman, look, the women who pay attention, they know.
No.
Fanta,
agree with me.
Fanta, no, I don't want you. No, Fanta, here's what I'm saying, Fanta. You can't.
Fanta, that one I can't support.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to agree with it.
What would determine what is appropriate?
What is appropriate, exactly?
As I said, as a woman, you should know your body shape to dress for your body size.
Okay, but she did.
She listen, my thing is, this was not an event with a dress code, right? There are events for a particular dress code that some churches will not allow certain dresses to be worn in those churches. But I've also seen some churches where people dress and they go and worship God.
Robert,
right?
Can I ask you a question?
So my thing is, here is my thing, right? That was a grown woman. She's not a young, a little girl. That's a grown woman. She did not have a bikini on, right? And walking in the street with just panties and bra. She had a blouse on, and she had a short jean skirt on. It's nobody darn business as to what she had on, how she was going home. It's nobody's business. Not especially not in red light.
Okay.
Not in red light.
Can
right?
I stop you right there?
Especially not in red light. No, I will let you stop me before I finish. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll let you
Can
stop
I
me.
stop you right there to consider something?
Mhm.
Okay. So when I made the comment about fathers having conversations like with their daughters, like when your daughters grow and like even like the fathers who are very much like hands-on, some, I'm not saying all of them, those who are very much hands-on, like with you will see her attempting to wear certain things because maybe her friends are wearing it or she saw it on Instagram and it's really cool. And as that guardian, you'll be like, yeah, no, you're not going to wear that. Why don't you allow her to wear that?
Well, I think when you,
but answer the question.
I'm answering the question.
No,
When-
listen,
if,
Robert,
if,
Robert.
if my daughter is not of age, if my daughter is not of age as a parent, I think again, all of these things starts at home. Every parent wants to set a good example for their children, and every parent raise their children differently, right? And so if my daughter, I don't care how much I've raised my daughter as opposed to what to wear and what was appropriate, it could have been appropriate in my eye as a parent. Now, when she becomes of age, she have gotten her training. I have invested in her education, and I am no longer going to question what she wears. I know the daughter that I've raised, and whatever she chooses to wear, that's what she chooses to wear, right? And but I'm sure my daughter would not wear a bikini at a church or at an event where it's not allowed. But for anyone to say that what a woman wears in the middle of red light, a very dirty, disorganized place, a dirty, disorganized. There are people in red light. That certain things that listen. People don't wear normal clothes in red light. I will wear a shorts, slipper, and probably not even a shirt. People don't wear normal things in real life. For anyone to say that girl that's walking with a shorts, with a jean skirt, because her thighs are showing, or because certain part of her bodies are showing, gives me the right to go and undress her? That's nobody's
saying that.
business. No, I'm not saying to support that. But that's what they're doing. So when you say her outfit was inappropriate, they are using that to justify their actions.
I don't care about day. I'm saying to you, like we as women have to understand our body shape.
Fanda, speak for yourself. Because what we are saying here is this: as a human being, I have been in Liberia and I'm driving and I'm seeing people wearing winter coats, winter jacket in 125 degrees.
It's not the same thing, Mr. King.
Okay. You guys are in Monrovia, they are wearing winter jacket.
It's not the same thing.
It's inappropriate.
It's not the do I go and say, man, take this thing off, you burning?
No.
It's inappropriate to wear winter clothes.
No, guys, it's not. Guys, it's not the same thing.
It's the same thing.
No,
It's
just hear me
inappropriate.
out, right?
But anyway, guys,
Just hear me out, just really quickly. Just really quickly, right?
We got
Look,
7 minutes. Let's start the closing.
We have to understand something. No matter if you guys as men think it's okay, it's not okay for women to be conscious of what they wear, especially when they're going to certain places. You just mentioned rightfully, Robert, when you go into a church, you know you're not going to wear like no XYZ stuff to like go to church. When you go into work, you're not going to wear no XYZ stuff to go to work, right? You're going to dress appropriately to go in those spaces because
as per the dress code, there are dress code at work, right?
Sometimes, all right. Understand something. The point is that you dress appropriately going into certain spaces, right? If you're going to a space like red light, where it's hustling and bustling, where is people from all walks of life, right? Or probably people on the much lower end of life. People who have mental illness, people who are, it's a mixture, it's a, as what's his name, like we'll say, and no offense to the people like in red light, because there are many people in red light like who just go there to get their daily bread every single day. But there are some deplorables. There are some deplorables in the marketplaces. So when you go into the marketplace, a woman with certain body features, guys, let's be honest about this. A woman with certain body features, where you're taking a bike and you have Daisy, not even Daisy Dukes, like the short pants. You have a Dixie skirt with that body shape. You're bound to tempt people. Temptation is real. Are we pretending that temptation doesn't exist?
No. Fanta, we can't.
You may not agree with it because you're like
we can't.
You guys are not going to understand this.
We cannot. Nobody will understand that. I wouldn't understand it.
Dressing appropriately is very important for a woman.
I believe that when my daughter decides to wear her tight jeans, she want to wear her clothes, nobody has the right.
Absolutely not.
Anybody. I got in my bag here, and I'm going to make it clear. I'm going to make it clear.
Oh, Tomalin, you see? That's what I'm talking about.
I carry with me, legally is with me. If you mess around, just as Robert said.
What's that?
James Brown? James Brown? Come, James Brown. Come tell me. Come tell me what my daughter wears is inappropriate.
Yes.
The law gave you the right to arrest her. The last time you arrested anybody.
I got my legal 6 hour with me.
What's that? What you show?
You see it?
Everybody
No,
said
replay the clip.
6 hours. That's the name of it. Just go ask anybody for 6 hours, they will tell you.
Listen.
And you coming behind me.
That nonsense.
I got 3 girls, and they are beautiful and smart, just like anybody else's daughter. And when they go out, we go out. Nobody will. They don't tell anybody that you are inappropriate or your color or your size. No. This is what we call human dignity. You go to Miami, you go to South Beach in Miami, and you see the Brazilian. Okay, when you watch the have you watched volleyball, college volleyball, high school volleyball,
we see all of that.
volleyball, and you're gonna go on the volleyball court on the beach in Miami and see the girls
and not just on the beach. They are walking with
of course, you gotta get to the beach. You gotta get to the beach. They're walking.
And so you take a guy like James Brown, who don't know any better. He starts shouting across the street, indecent. They will pick your butt up. And the last time
they will pick you up in Miami, you will not know where you come from. So what we are saying here is women have the right to dress any way they want. Listen, like we say, right? If you are watching the closing argument and you don't like what you see, just go to the next film. Just flip. If I'm walking across the street and a woman is coming to me, like some of our religious women, they cover their entire body, right? It scares me.
For me, Mr. Gayman, for me,
okay.
Once you're protecting your private part in the public, and you're not exposing it. I know no one will walk in the public in like Broadway. I mean, except the person is seen. If the person is seen, right. It's different. But if the person is normal, they won't dress exposing their private part. No, let's be frank. And like Bravo said, once you touch the person not touching you, I mean, the person should be, because everyone do the culture thing. Give me a break, man. So the person decide you can't be free in your country. Be free in your country. So I mean, that is wrong. So I mean, every got culture and tradition, all this stuff, I will see it. But I know that I won't encourage my girls to dress naked and inappropriate. I mean, they were trained the right way. They won't do that. But if anybody doing it, why should? Because I don't encourage my kids. Why should I put hands on the person or try to jump on them? Like Robert said, you try to the person get the mark, they turn on them. You try that person will shoot you for attacking them. You know that? Put the hands on somebody for what? Put that crap up, man. Oh.
You should not put your hands on anybody. That's not what we're talking about. The conversation that you guys don't want to have, the conversation that you don't want to have, and it's very complex. And I understand if you do not wish to go there, that's perfectly fine. there are levels to this conversation. The part that you guys are stuck on is the part of someone putting their hands on that person. That's where you guys are at. I'm at a different level of the conversation.
No, Fanta, we are at a place where we say you have the freedom to wear whatever you want, as long as you don't violate the Decency Act.
What is a Decency Act?
Mr. Gayman,
what is a Decency Act?
Let me educate for the purpose of education. For the purpose of education, let me educate James. Since he says that I don't know anything and I act like I know something, he mentioned the indecent.
Robert, you're taking us like off our topic.
No, this is very important. No, this is very important because he doesn't even know what he's talking about. And this has been discussed for a very, very long time in Liberia. This whole public indecency law in Liberia has nothing to do with indecent dressing. Let's start there. There is nowhere in the indecency in public indecency law in Liberia that talks about indecent dressing. It talks about intentional exposure of, let me just break it down, private parts or sexual acts in public spaces. And this is not unique to Liberia. It has nothing to do with James thinking that a woman dresses in a short skirt, in a blouse that shows part of her body, right? That walks in red light, and he thinks he has the legal authority to undress her. It has nothing to do with indecent dressing. This topic has been discussed.
Is that what he's saying? That he has the legal authority?
That's why he just mentioned that. He just talked about that. That you can't wear certain things in public. That's not what they're talking about. But you see, this is an elementary discussion. And I'm surprised that since he knows the law, he doesn't even know that. So was the young lady intentionally exposing any private part of her body? Absolutely not.
Me, I'm just listening.
Absolutely not. She was walking. She was walking in red light.
She just woke up a long night.
She was walking. She came from
please stop.
She came from an event. She was on her way home, and red light happened to be a path that she took on her way home. She didn't go to red light to go shop. She was on her way home. No one has any right. If those laws that he indicated were violated, why did the police go and arrest those citizens since they were following the Constitution to arrest someone they felt had public indecency? So don't come here with your nonsense. You see, this is the kind of mindset in Liberia. We're so backwards that we got people who think they know certain laws when they themselves have not even taken time to really comprehend the law. There is nothing in Liberia law that talk about indecent dressing. How someone dress in public. It's not your damn business. I'm telling you now. You come in, anybody fit. You're doing nothing to the wrong people. You mess with the wrong person. You're gonna regret it.
Yeah, but Robert,
you're gonna regret it.
Robert, they could have. If that was Gregory Coleman's daughter, you think they would do that? They wouldn't do that.
To do that. They would do that.
But don't put themselves in the people's shoes.
Monkey know the tree. I keep saying it. Monkey know the tree. But it's very clear for education purposes that the indecency law in Liberia have nothing to do with.
Good comment, Mr. Dixon. Why do workplaces not allow bikinis to work? Why do churches not allow bikinis to work?
But no, it's not because
but like I'm just saying, like we have to understand, we have to be cognizant of what we wear when we go into certain places.
Fanta, workplaces have dress codes. Workplaces have dress codes.
So public society have dress codes. We do. It's not okay to put your hands on anybody.
No, Mr. Gayman, 1 second. Fanta. Wait, what is the dress code to go to the market?
Cover your body.
No, that's not a dress code. That's not a dress code.
That's
your choice. That's your choice. And
you're not going to a party. When you're going to a party, go to a party. You're going to red light.
No.
Fanta, this one.
You will get robbed in red light for wearing normal clothes.
That is your choice. It's too hot.
You're not understanding something.
It's too hot for people to be covering their body. It's too hot. People
Can we
dress
close?
us. People
Joma
can do
Jala
anything they
said,
want to wear. They want to do anything.
Madam Dopoh keep from taking her power nap like JMB.
So
Now
if they
all I
were
want
right,
to
Mr. Gayman, let's call on this question. Let everybody answer the question. If according to James Brown, he don't even know himself. He got James. If according to James Brown, they were right. So if they were right, why did the police arrest them from doing the right thing? Why were they arrested? James Brown.
Right.
You come with that nonsense. You come in front of me with my well, you're appropriate.
Robert, go ahead.
Close out, my brother. Don't mind the people there.
Let me close, man. No, but on a serious note, I mean, these are things that it's important that we discuss.
I'll continue that writing beyond repair. We'll continue to talk.
Listen, and we have to respect people's choices. Liberia is a land of laws, even though we don't enforce some of these laws, and we are very selective in when we do enforce them. I think it's important for us to understand what the laws are and what they say, so that we can respect them. You can't have people come here and say Liberia have indecency law that addresses inappropriate dressing. No, there is no law that addresses inappropriate dressing. If you came to my event and I say no jeans, you wear jeans, I don't care how covered you are. You have dressed inappropriately, because my event specifically requested no jeans. At my office, even though managers don't wear uniform, there are specific dress requirements for what we wear, the kind of jackets we wear, the kind of shirts we wear, the kind of socks we wear, the length of our pants. I like to have my pants to my shoes. I don't wear socks a lot, but when I'm coming to my office, I have to wear socks. There are requirements. When I leave my office, I can take my socks off, but there's no requirement on where I wear when I leave my job. I know how to dress when I go to church because my parents dressed me appropriately to go to church. I know these things. Every society has a particular dress code. There is no law about that. Private companies have dress code on how you should your appearance should be. But for someone to come and say we should cover ourselves to go to the market or to go to school or to go to there, no. Don't tell my daughter that one. Don't come in front. Don't even try my way with that nonsense. James Brown, I will shoot you. You try that nonsense on me, I will shoot your butt. Don't do that. But it's a great conversation.
Right.
No, they're not threat though. They're not threat. If you intrude my private space because you think a certain law gives you the right to come in front of me and look at my wife and say what she got on is inappropriate, I will either slap you or I will shoot you. Something will happen to you. Wow. It depends on the energy you have. Because this nonsense have got to stop. That's a great question. If I think what my wife has on is appropriate, if I'm okay with it, you shouldn't have no problem with it. That's my wife. That is my wife. And I don't even control what my wife wears. She's a grown woman. She's her own person. She's a grown woman. She's very educated. She makes her own money.
Right.
She wears what she wants to wear. I don't control her body. I don't control what she wears. How dare you come tell me I will have my wife. I can't control what she wears. That James Brown will control what she wears. When I say you'll regret why you ever came to me.
Right, but you didn't too personal.
No, Sarah, we gotta educate our people. We can't allow James Brown to come here and start lying to us.
I know, right?
I'm done though. I'm done.
Okay, Sarah, you need to go back to nappy. So go ahead. No, Joma Jala says she gotta go take her a power nap.
Make Sarah laugh, Nagbe.
Okay, let me make Sarah laugh. Find out. Go ahead.
No, totally go. Like I'll go after Sarah.
Let me go.
All right, go to me.
Yeah, look, Mr. Gayman, good show, man. Look, welcome tomorrow. Our guest tomorrow, Mr. Daria Ambrose Ma, who will come and will help us to understand some of the issue of the judiciary faces and also some issues affecting our country, especially the case that just ended, which will help us to navigate those issues. And again, let me say this: look, so one of the issues about this dress code, I see Liberians when they go and they leave from America, go to Liberia in the hot sun, They wear these long socks that you wear winter time. They wear with slippers. They put the towel around their neck and walking with water in their hand, all that stuff. Like, bro, one meeting the people can say is inappropriate to the dressing. But again, one type of how to live their life, how to dress. Once you touch the person, leave the person alone. I mean, for me, only problem I got, right? If you're a normal person, don't expose your private part. That's all. I have a problem with it. Yeah, you can't be walking and butt naked in the street. And I mean, it's because the first thing, if a child says the thing is don't make the child think different. But you can.
Why you there red butt naked during the war?
I never.
Why you say during the war now?
During the war, not normal time.
What do the rest of during the war time?
You can't restrict people the way they dress. But again, too. Let me before I end. There was our in Rhode Island. The pastor, I won't call him because he's still alive. He preached on a topic or theme about something on topic what he did in the church or in the Baptist church. He took off all his clothes in the church. I'm telling you, true story. I'm telling you, he's still alive. I won't call his name embarrassing. He was preaching. And he was doing you're trying to show example about something that happened in the Bible about clothing. He did it when he got to the box or not. They ran. Oh my God, even the chest straight. They start walking outside. I said, what wrong with this guy? What do you want proof?
I'm not crazy or what?
I know why. Did I think people are leaving the church? I think he embarrassed the host pastor.
Come on, the pastor can be too dramatic.
Yeah, he was dramatic. The man was embarrassed. So what the man nigga say in the church for horror, man?
What are you trying to prove?
Yeah, it didn't happen under the Bible. It was wrong.
Nonsense.
But it did so look. I commend Director Kromah for swiftly arresting those involved in handling that lady. I pray they be prosecuted so that it's a deterrence for people not to continue to do that again.
So before you conclude on that part, why he didn't arrest those soldiers that naked that lady during the CDC time when they went to do the building, CDC building? You saw that video, how the police had that woman, that lady was naked, her breasts, everything was showing. They had her pushing her.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. So I will not. I don't know what happened.
The problem about our country is the selective attitude of everything that's going on. That's what happening.
I condemn any form of people.
That police had a woman. Her breast was showing. I will post a video in our chat room.
You see the problem. When the jet politics into the kind of issue, then it change the whole thing. Yeah. Every time the jet politics into it, but you calling.
It's not politics. I mean, when if we against people,
you say CDC woman, and that's a problem.
No, because I was doing the time that something happened to the CDC headquarters. That's why I mentioned it.
But that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I would. For me, I would.
That lady was naked. They had her breasts all showing. They were pushing her in the car.
Well,
and they're so against people being naked. Why they did that to her?
I'm sure that what you're saying, because I know women like this lady, that happened to the lady. I see a lot of women groups, a lot of prominent women speaking against it.
It's wrong for one, it's wrong for all. That's the attitude.
I would condemn it, but if that had happened, I'm showing that people would have seen it that way and would have spoken against it. But it's wrong. It
was on video. I saw the video. It was on video.
All the prominent women are fake. They are all fake.
Auntie made headlines about.
Nobody said anything about it. They were all laughing and clapping.
They made headlines because I don't know. But again, I will say this though: people travel to Trinidad, Brazil, go to the carnival, Trinidad, and they see the people there. The people perform at a specific event. You can't bring it into Liberia. So, but again, I would say you cannot. Like Bravo said, you can't even marry a woman. You can't tell a woman how to dress. I mean, if you actually say, honey, how do I look? I looking nice. You say, yeah, you compliment her for that. But if you try to wear a short pants and goes up to her, like I see nowadays, most of our sisters when they go out, they wear these short skirt, but they put the tights on the head because they know. But then every family, somebody wear the dress the way they'll be family, they trying to shop it down. If you wear clothes to entice people, don't be trying to shop it down. You know, then what you did it for, but most of them, I've seen them wear short clothes and then they put a black text on the head.
But he said it's okay.
No, but I mean, I'm not going to. I mean, I guess saying so. You have the right to do it. They won't do it, but don't put hands on somebody for dressing, but in the way they want to dress, especially so the person not showing their private part. I'm only concerned about don't show that part. That's all. Yes, you want to show other part, also up to you, but don't go to that level. You know, but wrong. And let me say, happy Nurses Week or Day to all the nurses throughout the world. I come from a family of nurses. My sisters are all, most of them are nurses, and so Sarah, you're the only nurse I'm also want to hail you and congratulate you and say thanks for all the sacrifice you guys do as nurses around the world for saving lives.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And let me again repeat, I want to say, Mariah, my sister, I stand by you. And then, so any negative thing, I love how you handle the situation. Anybody trying to bring you down because those are shameless people.
Thank God you brought it outside because I saw a whole lot of nonsense on social media.
So don't.
Well, I will get to that topic later.
But I'll tell you that we anytime we want to.
Okay, then I will go after Tomalin.
You
need to buy the people operational.
It's a shame. I see other females that are going to even comment. Some of them are just disgusting, but some of them I lose respect for some of them to go to the extent where they're trying to attack somebody else, you know, especially calling the person name is wrong. You have nothing on the person, leave the person alone, and so forth. So I want to just say that you have my support at any time. I was staying solidarity with you. So thank you again, and let's have another show tomorrow, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Fanta.
And I go, okay. So I want to make very clear again and be unequivocal. It is absolutely unaccepted, right?
Well, what are you laughing for?
I like when Fanta making it clear.
Yeah, because it's like
the girl is very intentional in what she does.
You're stuck on one part. I want to make it clear. I am not advocating for anyone putting hands on anybody. It is wrong today. It is wrong tomorrow. It's wrong day after that. It's wrong yesterday. Absolutely not. My plight and my message is to other women, right? We have to understand that men, and we're not doing this for men, but we have to understand that these ideologies, these feminist ideologies, these trendy, modern, quote unquote, fashion, is not meant to honor us. It's meant to expose us. It's meant to expose us. If you notice, our clothing are getting skimpier and skimpier. That is not modern feminism. There's nothing modern about exposing your body. Understand that we must dress for our body shape. Look, it's not to say like big girls can wear like Daisy Dukes, or big girls can wear like short skirts. But if you know you're gonna wear that short skirt, don't go in a crowded area full of people who most of them are deplorables. They're not already thinking straight. You're putting yourself in harm's way.
You're tricking the people, Fanta. They're wrong.
Huh?
You want to trick people where to go?
Mr. Tomalin, I want to be unequivocal. You can have your opinion for what the women in your family should do. That is perfectly fine. As a woman, this message is to other women. Do not fall for the trap to say you can wear whatever you want to wear. You can go wherever like that you want to wear. Because understand that there is something called temptation. Whether it legitimizes someone putting their hands on you, someone doing catcalling to you, someone hissing at you. Like, I know we may not always be able to avoid it, but just be a little bit cognizant and understand your audience, understand your environment. You go into the hood, you can't, like, Red Market is the hood. Red Market is the hood. You can't be wearing Daisy Dukes or like short skirt, walking in the hood and expect like the gangsters like not to like come at you.
I can see when you say you can't be wearing jewelry, watches, you can't take your phone, you can't be.
No, but because they also do that. It's not limit. Look, you get robbed even if you're covered. Like you get approached, you get robbed, you get touched, even when you're covered. Because these people, they feed some of these people, not all of them. There are women who go there to sell like their market.
Fanta's point is don't encourage the temptation on you.
Don't feed into the temptation.
But it's not a good point. It's not a good point.
Let me finish, please.
It's not a good point. It's like justifying why someone was abused or raped.
No. And that's why I was unequivocal.
But that's the excuse to make though.
No, Robert. No, Robert. No. I'm rejecting that.
No, I'm not
And
saying that's what you're pushing. I'm saying that's the narrative. That's the excuse.
no, but we have to correct that. And that's why I was saying, and you were laughing. Because I want to be very clear. I'm not giving anyone ammunition to justify putting hands on someone. It is wrong today. It's wrong yesterday. It's wrong day before yesterday. As I say again, I'm speaking to other women. Do not fall in this trap of wearing skimpier and skimpier clothes. If you do expect the level of attention, sometimes unnecessary, that you're gonna get, is gonna be there. If you want to look, if you're a beautiful woman, you're gonna get like attention. If you're a beautiful woman in a skimpy clothes, the level of attention that you're gonna get is gonna be a lot more, and some or most of them are gonna be unwarranted. You will even attract the crazies. Understand that. It doesn't make it right. But you have to put your safety first. If I'm going to red light, I'm going to the hood, I'm dressing how to dress in the hood. I'm wearing like a hoodie, right? I'm wearing baggy clothes. I don't want to stand out to nobody. I want to blend in. But if you're going to red light market and you wear a short skirt, not even the tights, right? As Tomalin says, we wear tights under our dresses or our skirts or like what have you. You didn't even consider that. And you go into the hood. Like, I'm just asking my sisters out there.
So Fanda, will you?
Close it.
Do you wear any short skirt or short?
I do not. I do not. When I was younger and didn't know any better, we all did at some point. Look, this and this is what I keep calling out. This woman is not a teenager. In our teenage years, we all dress like teenagers. When you're getting older, be a bit more wiser, be a bit more observant of your surroundings, be a bit more understanding of the audience that you're going in. You're going to real life, you know you got to dress to where.
And that's perfectly true.
But Fanda, yet Gemma Borough is asking you a question though.
What did Jenny say? Because you're not letting me finish today. You keep interrupting me. What did Jenny say?
She said she wants to see what you watching and listening to. What are you saying? Whether you are living by it? What she's saying? Like your dress.
What does that mean? Like, I don't understand.
I know what she's saying. You see what she said?
Yeah, but what does that mean, Jen? I beg you, bring it down for me, man.
Yeah, man, you should on scarf. And Fanda, I like to see who I'm watching and listening to. Please drop some of the coverings on the show. That's what she's saying.
See, but Jen, you are missing the point.
Fanta is a real woman.
Jen, you're missing the point. I'm talking about women exposing themselves.
She's a real woman. She's not a man.
And you're asking me to expose myself. I'm talking about what feminism has preached.
You're getting the point wrong from what Fanta is saying.
Other younger women. It has really made them to think not like their body, not like themselves, right? Because they always feel like they have to show their body. This is what society, the marketing ads, the endless marketing push down our throat. That dressing skimpier makes you more beautiful. It's a lie. It's what I'm saying to women. So why would you ask me to undress myself if I want to be accepted? Don't accept me. Don't accept me. Tell me I'm not beautiful. It's okay. I'm comfortable. I know who I am. And I had to grow into this. Like, girl, if you watch my story, it was probably about 7 years ago when I took the hijab. I used to be a model.
Oh, really?
Did you get that part? Vogue magazine, Milan Fashion Week. What I'm saying, and the women out there can take it, they can leave it. Understand that the fashions that are being designed are not designed to honor you. They're being designed skimpier and skimpier to expose you. If you chose to put yourself in that category, understand that you're gonna get attention that are not just unwarranted, that are gonna put your safety at risk.
Okay, so would you agree that what you just stated is subjective?
Exactly.
Would you agree to that? As long as we can agree to that, we good. What you just stated is subjective, right?
Expand on that for me.
No, because what I'm saying is, what you're saying in contextually, I think it makes sense, right? Because there was a time in your life, like you just stated, where you was a model. That was something that not only you love to do, but I can say if I'm wrong, correct me, that that was a career for you. There are a lot of women in the fashion world who don't they don't think that what they do is an attempt to expose themselves,
Okay.
right? All right,
Sure.
so they see it as a career.
Okay.
In fact, you know, we have some of the world's best models.
Okay.
You know them. They started doing that, and today, the reality is, you know,
Robert, it is absolutely
sex
fine.
sells. No, what I'm saying is, I just want us to agree that while I respect what you're saying, I want us to agree that that dressing a certain way and thinking that just because a woman, not you, I mean, you have the right to dress the way you want to dress, but I also want you to acknowledge that other women have the right to dress the way
They
they
have
want
the
to
right
dress,
to dress the way they
and
want to dress.
not think that they are exposing themselves. So that's what I'm saying is subjective.
Yeah,
Fine, fine.
Adam,
Fine. I agree. Right. I agree to that.
You
Right,
said you are a model, right? So what made you think that when you were
Mister.
as
Wait,
as a model, what made you think you wasn't offending people the way you were dressing?
Tamalin. Tamalin. You
Yeah.
guys again see, like, this is sometimes the problem, and we get into not understanding each other. I do not condone anybody putting hands on anybody.
No, we understand that part. I get
Okay,
that part.
I want to make that very clear,
Yeah,
right?
we understand.
And for example, the comment that like Jen is making, she is offended like by me like covering up. Jen, girl, buy several buys. It's never coming off. It's never coming off. Several buys.
So you see,
Go get an ice cream. Go get
but
an ice cream. Make
but that's
yourself comfortable, Jen. It's not coming off.
okay.
Okay.
So
Look,
Fanta, I like that position,
I'm
and
just
you know what?
giving a
I
message.
like,
Look,
but
Robert,
Fanta,
understand
I
something.
like,
Wait, because I really have to run. I'm just
go ahead.
understand something. This is my opinion. You don't have to take it. You can leave it if you want. It's absolutely up to you.
Right.
I am just giving my 2 cents on this issue.
Okay.
Whether women take it, they don't take it, it's up to them. I'm not saying follow Fanta. That's not what I'm saying. I'm giving my 2 cents. I'm talking to all women out there. Those who take it, take it. Those who don't take it, don't take it. It's up to you. But that's my 2 cents. When it comes to rape, we need to castrate these bastards. Period.
I agree with
We
that.
do not need to be like any gray or ambiguous about it. They need to be castrated. Until they can be castrated, whether chemically or surgically, this is not going to stop.
I agree with that.
It's ridiculous. It's a heinous crime against innocent children, and there's no excuse for it. There's no justification for it at all. Go and find like other adults to do your nonsense with. Leave the children out of it. They do not deserve to be exposed to your perversion. They don't
I agree.
deserve.
I agree. I agree
Stay
with
away
that.
from that.
I think Jane provoked something just now. Again, this is the reason why I said I think it's subjective.
It is
Because at the time, at the height of your modeling career, I'm sure I'm sure there were multiple.
I never walked like that on like Fifth Avenue.
There were
This was in a
fantas.
controlled environment.
Yeah,
like
but
it's
that's
very
fine.
different.
But you see,
it's
no,
different.
it's not different though.
It's
Because,
different.
Because no, but I don't see people just walk. I don't
It's
see people
different,
walk-
Robert. It's
but
different.
Wait a minute. I don't see people walk in red light with modeling outfits on like that.
Robert,
young lady was
have you been
walking-
to a fashion show? Have you attended like a fashion show?
Absolutely, I've been to a
Okay,
fashion show.
so
And a fashion
do
show
the
is not always
models
it's not always about bikinis and topless.
Exactly,
It's not always about that.
exactly.
Right.
And they're a controlled environment.
Absolutely.
People are
and I have
going there
nothing-
to see those specific fashions.
Absolutely, right.
They have seen a preview of the catalog. So they're
Right.
going in there to see those specific fashions.
To do what? To buy, right? They're selling something, right? They're
Of
selling
course.
something. Right. And so
It's
those
a different
pictures-
situation
those
than wearing
pictures-
short skirt and going into red light. It's different.
But again, it's not much of a difference when there's no dress code in red light that's this. That wearing short skirt, there's no law that's
Robert,
this,
per your
that
dress
wearing-
code, fashion
wearing
shows
short
have dress
skirt-
code. Fashion
I'm
shows
sorry?
have dress code. If you
I'm
see
sorry?
red light,
Yeah,
whoever
but
can
that's
board
dress
the
code,
kid,
what you
it's
just
up to
said.
them.
But
Be
it's
harassed, be
controlled.
whatever. You're
But
putting
listen,
your security at risk as a woman. But it's up to you.
No.
Wear
What we're
this,
trying
you
to
do it's up to you.
dispel, no, what we're trying to debunk though is that it's the idea that you are at risk of being harmed or touched based on what you wear. And
But that's a fact, Robert.
And I think that
Robert is in the
listen,
fact. Yeah, depending on
what
where.
we're saying, it can be. It's not a reality. It's in the minds of a few people. It's not everyone in red light that join hands to undress that young lady. What I'm saying is, we should create an environment where women feel as though they can wear what they want to wear without feeling that because of what they wear, they're going to get abused, they're going to get touched, they're going to get raped, or whatever
But
the case
granted,
is.
you're not gonna have everybody with that mindset, Robert. You're not
And
gonna have everybody.
and if the other people with the other mindset are caught, then the law should teach them a lesson. And I think that's what's happening recently. And I'm glad that
Right.
the
I
Liberian
agree.
National Police arrested those fools for doing what they did, so that people like them and James Brown will learn the next lesson.
I agree. But what I trying to I agree. I agree what you're saying. But at the same time too, sometimes the way we dress can put us at risk. That's a fact. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
yeah. Listen, the
I
only thing
agree,
I tell
sir.
people all the
That's
time,
true.
Tomalin, when I'm in Liberia, not just in Liberia, there's certain places I go, I won't wear watch, I won't wear
Okay.
necklace, I won't wear certain things. I
And
won't
I
wear
think
certain.
that's where
I
Fanta is
won't
coming
wear.
from.
No, but I won't
No,
wear. No,
Fanta
that's
is
not what she's
saying
saying.
she's restricting
She's
people
not
from wearing certain
saying.
places
She's
with
not
a
saying
dress. She's restricting
conceal your
people.
valuables. There's certain places you
Restriction
go,
on people.
you can't wear.
She said, you
Yeah,
may not
like
wear, go certain
rappers,
place,
like rappers
dress.
going back in the hood and wearing $200,000, $500,000 necklaces and watches and bracelets and stuff like that. Of course, you're setting yourself up. But if a woman wore what she wore, they're not stealing anything from her. They wasn't trying to steal her dress. There was nothing valuable on her. They
Right.
intentionally undressed her because those idiots thought that what she was wearing was indecent in their eyes. That's the
Oh,
point. I'm trying to
okay.
say that young lady or anyone should dress how they want to dress, right? And don't feel like because of what they're wearing, they could be abused or violated. That's the mindset we must all dispel. I don't think that should be the attitude. And those idiots, not everyone, if those idiots are caught touching
Do
someone
you know who Amber
or
Rose is,
whatever,
Robert?
they should be taught a valuable lesson.
Do
And
you
that's
know
what
who
I keep
Amber Rose
saying.
is?
Don't tell my
Who?
wife I'm from
Amber Rose.
Say that
Who's
again.
ever?
No, I don't know who Ever Rose is.
You know exactly who Amber
You're
Rose
gonna
is.
close this show, yeah.
You know exactly. If nobody knows Amber Rose on the show, you know Amber Rose.
That's Wiz Khalifa. Wiz
You
Khalifa
do.
baby mother.
Okay.
That's Wiz Khalifa baby mother. I know who.
Tamale Mana no, Sarah Mana no, but you, Robert, know exactly who Amber Rose is. Okay.
So what's about
Amber
her?
Rose, yeah. So Amber Rose was of the same mindset. A couple of years ago, she even went so far, right? She believed so much in this. Women should wear what they want to wear, and created an organization called the Slut Walk, right? The Slut Walk. Please Google it. Those who are listening, if you're unfamiliar, the Slut Walk was meant to further double down on the idea that women should wear whatever they want to wear, whether is one socks if they choose to, and should not be harassed, right? In hindsight, great, sounds like freedom, right? Freedom, whatever. What was happening? And that Slut Walk, she used to do these big like events where women can protest in the street, whatever they want to wear, they can wear it and come and like protest. What she realized, what she was getting back in terms of feedback, was that those women on their way home were more likely to get raped, were more likely to get attacked, were more likely to be abused. I hope you guys are following, and please do look this up because this is very real. This is someone who advocated and look Amber Rose up. She is the most beautiful, voluptuous woman ever. As he said, Wiz Khalifa X, Kanye West X, right? This is who Kanye West was with before he went to Kim Kardashian. So this person was like, whatever you want to wear. And she used to be a former stripper. So very much women empowerment, dress how you want. After a couple of years of the organization, Slut Walk, that's what it was called, she received so much feedback of when those girls were going home, getting attacked, getting raped, getting abused, that she abandoned the organization. She had a sit down with Candace Owens. Please also look this podcast up and look up the interview with Candace Owens, where she said, if anything, that's the one thing I regret. I regretted that I was directly responsible for propagating that message that led to many women and young girls feeling they can wear whatever and thinking that when they leave my presence, when they leave that protest, that they will still be protected all the way on their way home, but not understanding our society
Right.
You cannot control everyone mentally.
That's the point. That is what I was trying to say.
Understand. You put your security first as a woman, and it's my message. It's what I'm trying to get through. Put your security first. The Robert Garguah of the world, the Tomalins of the world, the Mr. Gamers of the world will not be there to walk that path with you. They will walk with their wives and their daughters and the women in their life, rightfully so. But they will not be there to walk that path with you. Put your safety first and foremost.
Yep.
She abandoned the organization and said she regretted. It was one of the biggest regrets of her life. And so when you men are weighing into some of these things, I just want you to understand it's a little bit more complex than you understand it to be. Because women's lives are actually at risk. When you tell a woman just however you want, look, if you love her, you are her custodian, you are her guardian. If you're not gonna be there with your AK-47 always, when she's leaving that house, be like
tell me about it, girl.
So
yeah,
listen,
like,
what happened to that woman? I read like I think it was just the kind of meant on a serious note. If you and I who travel the world, we expose you. I would not bad out of her. I'm like, if I even see her, I turn my face and move on. I won't be looking at her and feel that she.
Most men are not that trained, Tomalin.
But that's a society we find ourselves. That's what she's saying. When women in these areas, you have to protect yourself.
That's how you want to dress, but you got to put hands on somebody. So instead of you find out why.
No, but we let Sarah come in, because she's trying to make a very salient
She's saying that she was just found out. You be telling people, say, look, people can dress the way they want to dress. It doesn't. You got to put hands on them. I expect you to be saying that instead of.
No, I can't say that because that would be disingenuous.
No,
because when you see the research, Tomalin, when you see the research, there are already men out there that are mentally deranged.
Already by themselves.
Mentally deranged. You have nothing to do with anything about your business. They're mentally deranged. And women are targeted often. Why make it easy for somebody to target you?
The situation in real life might have been a different situation, but the reality here is always try to protect yourself as a woman when you get out there, because you don't know the mindset of people. Like she said, you guys will not be the one to say, oh, because she's dressed this, I would. But people out there, they're sick. That lady they had no business to touch her.
So
that was her choice of
people that sick, that touch the woman that sick.
The people that touch her?
Yeah.
All of them sick. All of them sick. They had no business touching her. They had no business touching her. So they're sick.
They're not exposed at all, man.
They're sick. Tomalin, they're sick. Plenty of other people they have not been. They never went through any counseling since the war. There's a lot of them. Some of them still traumatized. Okay, let's close the show back. Yeah, seriously.
So the women are dressed. The one that well dressed, they are not being touched to, right? See women are dressed being raped too.
Yeah, women that are well dressed are raped.
Well, anyway, go show.
The breaks. How much more people who are not well dressed or who maybe have their body exposed? I mean, it's not a crime for you to get dressed in the street. I mean, for you to go out and maybe wear your sexy pants and stuff. But you have to know that you are raised at a certain point in time based on where you find yourself. That's just, you have to be conscious of that. You have to be conscious of that. Nobody said they're gonna. It's not a crime to say, "Oh, let me wear my sexy pants, my half blouse, my nipple showing, all of that." But you have to know that it comes with consequences based on where you find yourself. You have to be conscious of that. That's what she's saying. As a woman,
like I said, most of our women they go to funerals, go to church, they dress to provoke.
Thank you. But this is what the lady is saying. So we all have to be conscious of how we dress when we get out there. Because it comes with race.
Yeah, but who attacks the person? You go to wake a funeral, you go to party, you go to the occasion, person provokingly dressed in front of you. You don't dare to touch that person. You know that.
Yeah, but what we're trying to say, it might not always be when you go into funeral. It might be even if you're walking out of a house, going in the street, just in the neighborhood. You don't know who you come across. You don't know who you're going to interact with. Nobody has a right to touch anybody, no matter what. But you don't have control over what people do.
Yeah, so I think we want to say, because it's like, I don't trust me. You got to look at the person, man, and move on. You know. In the place every day, people passing here, probably naked and thing. So even I see some videos where teachers teaching, they dress they dress with tight clothes in front of students. Some pastor too. They do the sitting.
And you know, all those things are provocative. It can make you exactly. This is our point here. Well, grace show me I'm going to bed now. Yeah, thank you tomorrow.
Okay.
By His grace, yeah.